Right off the bat.
Right off the bat is what we're gonna do here. I freaking love this story. It's the only reason why I have any connection to the story is because of a teacher of mine in high school. Uh, Yay! Okay, so audio's coming through nicely. Fantastic. Okay, so here's the story. Um, so my English teacher for both my junior and senior years, Mr. Wetzel, great guy. He used to live in Chicago, and he had very briefly dated this girl, the girl with the crazy eyes, kind of a thing. But he was like, you know what? Like he never really thought like anything very negative of it. It was one of those relationships where people weren't exactly compatible, what have you. They go their separate ways amicably, and years later, as he's in Tucson, he's thinking about the Windy City and going back. He's like, where is she now? And so he tries looking her up, and one of the very first things he comes across is an article with her name in it and how she is now in prison for 15 to 20 years.
Oh my God.
And he's like, wait, what? And so he does some digging and he finds out, no, it's actually her. And the story goes that she had bought a house, and it was her first time buying a house. She was a teacher, and he's like, this was already a bad decision, because if you're single and a teacher, it's very hard to own your own place. And so it was already kind of a bad move on her part. And there was no way she was going to be able to keep the place, which is important for later. In any case, when she buys the place, there's some plumbing issues, and she hires this guy to come on over and take care of the plumbing. It's an ex-convict guy who's joined this plumbing service. He arrives. He solicits her for the mattress mumbo, and she says, hold that thought, let me go get ready. So he makes himself all nice and pretty on the couch, thinking that he doesn't have to worry about any piping other than his own. And then she came up from behind with a roll of linens and nylons, and with a cord of nylons strangled this guy to death.
Oh, wow.
And after she strangled this guy to death with her cord of nylons, she then proceeded to cut up the body and drag the pieces outside to where she had set up a metal trash can and a fire, and cooked him, not to eat him, but to just try to get rid of the body in the backyard, in the suburbs. So there's other people around. The smell of flesh is awful. And
it's very distinctive.
It's very distinctive. And no one thought that anything was wrong. And so
wow. Oh my God.
So she burnt the body as best she could, and then proceeded to bury it in her garden. About a year later, because she's a teacher living alone in the Windy City where it's expensive and she can't afford the house, it's time to sell the house. And so she gets to meet the new buyer, the guy the day before she's going to hand over the keys and everything, and he gets the house. She then says, hold on a second, please don't come tonight. I have to dig up a dead body. And he's like, what? And so that night, this guy came with a lighter, not with a flashlight, but with a lighter, crawled over the fence, and with a lighter dug around in the dirt and found the charred remains of a hand, and took that and booked it on over to the cops. Reported her. They came. They arrested her. She freely admitted to everything that she had done. Told her the whole story, and of course was sent to prison and everything. And when my teacher was telling me this, he's like, "Yeah, with good behavior, she'll be out actually in like 8 to 10 years." And this is now like 18 years ago. So this woman, if she was on good behavior, There's a woman who murdered an ex-convict with a cord of nylons, chopped him up, burned him, buried him in her backyard, who is now out on the loose once again in the wild.
That is so scary. Like, just the fact that it's just like, "Oh, yeah, I just feel like, killing someone and burying them in my backyard today. No big D."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is... Oh my gosh, that's the best true crime story that I have heard ever. And mostly that's just because it came from my teacher. I'm like, you know this person? You dated this person? And he's like, yeah, I might even be on a hit list if she's really that crazy. Maybe I'm next. And lo and
Oh,
behold, he
geez,
moves
I hope
back to
not.
Chicago.
Just hope you're on the complete opposite other end of the city.
Yeah, or show up to prison and feed her like a Snickers bar or something, and she's like, "Thanks for the Snickers," and leaves him alone. Well, all right, everyone. Say good evening, good morning, good day, wherever you are at. So you see, we got Roblox, Fabio, Hannah. We've got Shade here as well. Fantastic. And Hannah, very first question right there. I hear this is the last stream. Is that true? Yes, this is the last stream for the year because it's going to be Christmas and New Year's. And honestly, honestly, I'm going to be way too busy. Everyone's going to be way too busy with family. Enjoy time with family and friends, and with whatever holidays you celebrate, and just have a great time. And we'll see each other again in the new year. Excuse me. And joining me tonight is Kitty Mouse. Kitty, would you like to introduce yourself to the stream?
Hello, I'm Kitty Mouse. New to streaming. This is actually my first time. I basically just play video games, and I started recently uploading them. That's about that's about it. Yeah, but yeah, I'm just friend of Lars here, and we were chatting about this topic today, and we're like, hey, you know what? Let's just do a live stream of it. And I was like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But the main topic for tonight, which is going to be looking at the women in the adaptations of Lord of the Rings and that Tolkien himself wrote, was originally going to be its own video idea. I was collaborating with Kitty about who these characters were, and there's just so much to say that might as well put it into a live stream. So we'll have some fun. We'll have some fun talking about that, and also. Just to give another shout out to Kitty Mouse, she also provided a lot of the voices in the most recent "That Time I Married a Goddess" episode, which was great to have. It was great to have her.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Strength and voice. So yeah. Let's see here. Fabio says, man, not even any talk about Sonic 3. Well, Fabio, I haven't yet seen Sonic 3. So I can't say anything about something I haven't seen yet, other than that hope it's really good. Heard it's really good. So
geez, I haven't even seen the first or second movie. I didn't know there was
what?
a third one coming. Yeah, I'm way behind on the times, man. Like I knew there was the first one, that's the one with Jim Carrey, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I haven't seen that. I didn't even know there was a second one, let alone a third.
Oh well. Say something to look forward to. There's also a Knuckles show.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I was surprised. I was like, really? Really? But you can watch the first episode for free on YouTube. And it actually wasn't all that bad. It was I laughed quite a bit, which surprised me.
Do I need context from the first and second movie in order to watch, or is it just on its own thing?
I mean, having the context, I think, helps make sense of who a handful of the characters are. But I honestly think you could just jump in and enjoy it. The second movie definitely gives you a better idea of why Knuckles is on Earth. But other than that, I don't think you really need all that much context.
Oh, cool. Sweet. I'll probably check it out at some point. Though I'm basically just waiting for whenever they make more murder drones. That's what I'm waiting for the most for YouTube. Just give
uh,
me more. I want to know.
Liam, give us more murder drones, please. Cube. Which for anyone who hasn't yet seen Internecine Cube, I highly recommend go checking it out. You will immediately recognize a lot of the different themes and certain characteristics of individuals from murder drones in Internecine Cube. Especially Icon. Oh, and Kiri. Kiri is definitely V, and Icon is Uzi. Fabio, I'm actually waiting to see it. Brazil only gets in theaters on the 25th. Oh, that's right. I had heard that this morning, that the movie is only right now released in the States, and I think also up in Canada. Because whenever anyone says in the States, it's also usually released up in Canada.
Usually, yeah.
Usually. So, yeah, everyone else has got to wait until the 25th. Paramount, why do you make decisions like these?
Just got to avoid spoilers till then if you're not one for wanting spoilers. I myself don't really care because I still enjoy watching something even if I know what's going on. But some people are like, no, no spoilers, please. Yeah, just avoid Facebook.
Yeah.
And Tumblr.
Avoid Facebook, avoid Tumblr, avoid a lot of people on YouTube. Almost everyone is making videos right now about Sonic on YouTube.
Well, at least they're no longer talking about Sonic 2006 and that whole mess. So it's good to have some like good Sonic content rather than complaints.
Yep, or the awful photorealistic Sonic for the first
The
movie.
original, yeah, the original graphics that they had. Who that was disturbing. Gave me nightmares.
That mouth. There was something so wrong. Like the eyes and the mouth on Sonic were just
All of it just put together. It was like that uncanny valley of weirdness.
Yeah. And then the moment that they swapped on over to more cartoonish, it just looked fantastic.
Yeah, right? It's like there's nothing wrong with being a little on the cartoony side. Like look at Smurfs. That they did fine with that. You can mix cartoon and live action just fine. You don't need to make one look weirdly realistic. And I think that's where they're going wrong with the Minecraft movie, which I don't plan on seeing at any point because yikes, I've seen pictures. I don't want to see it.
I feel like I will be going to see the Minecraft movie just to
laugh.
To laugh and just to take it in. Here's the thing, putting Jason Momoa and what's his
Jack
his
Black.
bucket? Jack Black. I was gonna say Tenacious D guy. Jack Black and Jason Momoa in the same movie sounds like it could be one of the best things ever or one of the worst things ever, and like it has to be something to behold. And Jason Momoa has just been taking on some of the most unhinged roles recently. Like it's so weird. It's so weird to see him like not do like fantasy dark brooding, which he can pull off pretty well.
Oh, and now he's very well.
And now he's doing like flamboyant psychopaths.
Which, is fine. I mean, like John Cena kind of did the same thing and we love him for it. Even The Rock, he did kind of the same thing. I mean, he started off a little slow with like family comedies and all that stuff, and now he's just like, I am the CIA guy who wears a unicorn t-shirt and a fanny pack. Yeah. It's just like we freaking love it. So like it really does work with some of those big traditionally manly men when they go a little off the rails. Because, I mean, we expect that from Jack Black, but we don't expect it from, like, Jason Statham, Arnie, Jason Momoa, John Cena, all those guys. It's just like, we don't expect it, so it just hits that much harder.
Mm-hmm. So I will say this: The Rock in one of his earliest movies, Standing Tall, that is surprisingly good. With The Rock and Johnny Oxfield together as two guys that take over the police force of this little town and go to war against a cartel is pretty legit.
I
And
don't
almost
think I've
no one
seen
has
that
seen that
movie, but
movie.
that definitely sounds like it'd be perfect for him.
Yeah, yeah, it was really good. Like I think The Rock's found his niche with being, like I said, like being a little bit sillier, being more just having fun. Like you don't
Yeah.
need to be that serious, which actually does suit him really well. But Standing Tall I was like, wow, this is actually really good.
Yeah, like you can do those serious roles, but it's good to have like that comedy relief inside a predominantly action movie.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. There was a
Yeah,
question.
we've had a couple of stuff pop up in the chat there.
Let's see here. Shade asked, well, I have a question. Why Deltarune? Because I did have a little bit of commentary for the Deltarune newsletter that just got dropped. So I was going to share a little bit of that before we dived into the big thing of the night. So hence why there's a little bit of Deltarune stuff going up. Also, it looks a whole lot smoother than whenever I try to put Elden Ring footage. Because for whatever reason, Elden Ring looks really good on my end, and then the moment I hop on over to how it looks on YouTube, it just looks so slow and clunky.
It's probably because of the difference in frame rate or something like that.
Mm-hmm. It definitely is frame rates. And I could do better frame rates for this, but then I'd have to start paying a decent chunk out of pocket for StreamYard.
Yeah, and screw that. We're cheapos.
Yeah, it's
We
totally
take
fine to
what
be
we could
cheap.
get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the for anyone who wants to be a YouTuber, you don't need to try to break the bank like a Mr. Beast video. Work on a budget. Working on a budget is going to make you happy. It's going to make your wallet happy, and it keeps things a little bit more fun.
Absolutely.
Let's see here. Shade says the Minecraft movie will break the Minecraft lore. Oh, most definitely.
Oh, it always
Uh,
does. Whenever there's a movie adaptation, yeah, there's always some lore breaking.
yep. So, and we'll be talking about that, especially here with Lord of the Rings in just a moment.
Oh boy,
Uh,
howdy, yes, we will.
Fabi says I get wanting a pure movies went where they went. It's the art teacher thing. Various artists out there complain about the teachers only work with accent. Work that let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. It's the art teacher thing. Various artists out there complain about the teachers that only work with and accept realism, and it's just an issue in art in general, apparently. Yeah, and I will say this as far as like also the direction of the Sonic movies. So, Kitty, I mean, you say you don't really care too much about spoilers, so here's some spoilers.
Go for it.
Uh, so I've been hearing a lot of people complaining about the second Sonic movie about how it had too many of the how it had too much of the humans in it. The fact that Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are crashing a wedding at the climax of the movie is to me absolutely hilarious. I loved every moment of the wedding crash scene, which you can only truly enjoy how awful that wedding goes if you understand how much the main humans really do not get along with their family and how they do not want to be there for the wedding. Like it works really, really well. Like it made me think of times where I've been at weddings and I've just been like, I just wish that something really insane would happen right now. Please. Uh, and, fun little lore story to Lars. One time I was invited to a wedding because that's what the groom wanted. He's like, Lars, I need you there to do something unexpected. I'm like, what? He's like, yes, I can. He's like, you're one of the few people I can trust in to do something weird and make this wedding memorable. And I'm like, I'm not sure if that's a great thing, but okay, I'll try.
That's an odd request for your wedding.
That's an odd request for your wedding.
But you know what? I mean, it just kind of reminds me of Wedding Crashers. It's like everybody loves those kind of destructive, those just the crazy stories from things that are supposed to be fun and wholesome and whatnot. We love those stories where it's like that one crazy thing happens that just turns everything on its head.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I mean, it does make your wedding memorable.
Yes. The last wedding I went to, one of the things that made it truly memorable was that I finally got to see a bride and groom use a sword to cut a cake.
Nice.
Not quite the sword and the stone thing that my sister Anya really wanted to do, and I'm still upset that she didn't do it. And it's because in the end she decided to go for a Pinterest perfect wedding rather than the wedding that she had talked about before getting engaged. And originally the idea was to do a sword and a stone wedding. She and whoever her husband would be would pull the sword from the cake, which would just be molded into a chocolate stone, cut the cake, eat the cake, and then run off into the wild. And I'm just like, that sounds phenomenal. Didn't happen, but I finally got to see at least at one wedding the bride and groom take a sword and cut the cake with the sword, and that was cute.
You know what? I went to a Lord of the Rings themed wedding a couple years ago, and that would have been something perfect to do for the cake cutting. I don't even remember if I saw the cake cutting. And if I think they just used a regular knife, but I mean, that would have been the perfect opportunity for something like that. And it kind of makes me sad that it didn't happen. But I mean, it was perfect otherwise. There was hobbits everywhere. I was a hobbit. We had like the ginormous hobbit feast for the dinner. It was perfect in every other way, so I can forgive them for not having the sword in the cake.
Oh man, but that would have been great.
Oh,
that
would have been fantastic. Great.
Say, I mean, this would almost be too much. This would be, I think, actually too much theater, even for a wedding. But be book accurate and have the shards of Narsil. So like the broken hilt and then the blade, and each bride and groom has one piece. Bring it together. Poof, new sword. Here we have Anduril, and then cut the cake.
Yes.
We have reforged the sword of kings together.
It'd be even cooler if like you like made a show of putting all the shards of the blade inside, like say a cake or something, and then you pull it out whole, and it's just like, the king has returned.
Oh my gosh! Oh, that'd be fun,
right?
Oh, you just gotta make sure that those shards aren't actually going to cut anyone.
Oh no! The sword itself will be made out of like that hard candy sugar kind of stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it would be an edible sword. Kind of like a candy cane, but sword.
Oh my gosh, I'm loving this idea.
Right?
Pinterest, you got to get on this. Actually, I don't want Pinterest to get on this because everyone loses its charm.
Yeah. I mean, I love Pinterest, but like a lot of other things, it tends to go a little too far sometimes.
Yeah.
Great for ideas.
Speaking of going too far, I love this idea for Mimic. Imagine seeing a bride and groom cutting a cake using a chainsaw. That actually sounds like a really good idea. And you can actually do that and not make it too messy. You just got to take the chain off.
That's true. Yeah. And no oil. You don't want the motor oil involved in that.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't want
yeah.
your guests going home with upset stomachs.
Yeah, bring a clean, very clean electric chainsaw with the chain off, and you can and then together cut that cake, and it's going to be fantastic. I could imagine that for a horror themed wedding.
Oh,
If
absolutely. Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, even Jason,
yep.
Freddy. I mean, Freddy can he's iconic with the claw hand and everything, but he's been known to do some other stuff. I mean, he's the boogeyman basically. He can literally do anything in dreams. Why not bring in a chainsaw?
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing: the clawed hands, that's perfect for cutting slices of cake. Just
Yeah.
slice. Here you go. Oh my gosh, the image right now in my head.
I know,
is
like
just
passing
amazing.
over that little paper plate with the beautiful cake on it. Just, I'll be seeing you later tonight, and not in like, well, a creepy way, but more of just like a, oh crap, I'm gonna die sort of way.
I feel like I'd be worrying about cutting into that, like biting into that slice of cake, and then there's like blood just
Yeah,
it's like
red velvet cake with that little bit. You know those like chocolate lava cakes? Just do that, but with like, I don't know, cherry filling or something that looks blood like.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Things now to think about.
Ideas be brewing.
Ideas do be brewing. I love what Shade says right here. Wedding stream on how to create your wedding. Horror, fantasy, and every different type. Welcome into the wedding channel.
And the best part, this is ideas being brought up by two single people. So
yeah. It's the single. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, my sister got married last year, like this past summer, and she's very much a nerd, just like me. But she kind of went with that more traditional Pinterest type wedding. Yeah, I don't know if she would have approved of any of this. My brother might.
In theory, all of my sisters would say yes to this, and then in practice, every single one of them would be like, no.
Also got to consider the spouse as well. Like, what do they want? Do they want a horror style wedding? They might say yes, but then you got to think about the pictures and the in-laws and all that. I don't think there are quite a few in-laws that might not enjoy having Jason hovering in the background in the wedding photos.
Well, that's why my sister Inga had the Halloween themed ceremony. The actual wedding bit had already been done before, and then the ceremony for everyone to all dress up and have a great time, Halloween style. That was a separate occasion altogether. So here we have the nice, happy, acceptable pictures, and then here's all the fun. I'm Omega says that Hideki Anno, the creator of Evangelion, had a Kamen Rider themed wedding. And good evening. Thank you, I'm Omega. Good evening to you as well. Oh boy,
Cannibalism wedding.
Yeah, cannibalism wedding. Actually, with that being said, that is something that is on my list to write. Shade, cannibals and a wedding. Believe it or not, there's a Brothers Grimm fairy tale that I intend to do a retelling of, which is the Cannibal Princess. And when the princess goes to meet the prince, and it's time for nuptials. She's told to stay out of like the main room, like the main hall, for a little while. And she's like, I don't understand why. And when she comes, she finds like all of this horrifying revelry going on, and there's body parts strewn around. And so she grabs up the body bits and runs back to her father and tells him, "You've married me to a cannibal." And the story ends with the king killing the prince.
And that just goes to show that you need to get to know your future spouse before you tie the knot.
Yeah. Yep. Brothers Grimm fairy tales do be wild.
Oh man, they are awesome though. They are literally grim and dark, and I am 100% here for it.
Yep. Oh yeah. Which that's the book that I've currently been working on, is the retelling of Brothers Grimm fairy tale. Another lesser known one, The White Snake. And I'm excited for sharing that with people. Kitty, you're on the list of people to actually get the newest draft when it's done. That was one I was talking to you about a little while ago, in regards to the final chapter, because the final chapter is the one where I'm just like, ugh. When I did the rough draft, I wrote through everything. I got to the last chapter, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Tip, tip, tip. Here's something, and we'll move on. Now I actually have to fix it.
Well, I look forward to it.
Oh yeah, it's going to be good. So after half an hour of talking Sonic and murder and crazy things for weddings.
This is just like our normal chat, so we go off on so many different tangents. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. For anyone who's like, wait, what? It's like, yes, this is what I mean. The others from Camille's harem actually do a great job of keeping me on track. Without them here, these are the conversations we got.
Yep, pretty much. We can't even create a D&D character without going, okay, let's save the rest of this for next time, because we've been here for 3 hours and we've got like one thing accomplished.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, creating your character. I'm not even going to call him a joke character, because he's going to be amazing in whatever campaign he gets introduced to.
Oh, I still haven't figured out where I want to put him in. I want to serious, but with like definite humor aspects to it, because he's definitely not a super serious character, but he's also not, like you said, a joke character.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not starting a new campaign anytime soon, but I would like to use him someday, because it would just, I can't wait to use him.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was fun putting him together, and I can't wait for whatever story he does show up in. But to actually get us onto the topics of tonight, like I said, I would do quickly some stuff about Deltarune, and then we're going to jump into Lord of the Rings. Archie said, I missed the Sonic part. You really didn't miss much, Arts, because I haven't yet seen the movie. Kitty hasn't seen any of them thus far. So
I live under a rock.
We'll have to find a way of rectifying that at some point, because I have to say, I found myself really enjoying them, and I am looking forward to this third movie, especially with Keanu Reeves as Shadow. Like, that's going to be great. And I love that Jim Carrey is just having fun in a role again. But that does my heart good.
Yeah, what little I have seen in clips of him as Dr. Robotnik, I'm like, yes, this is the Jim Carrey that we've been missing for like the past 15 years.
Yeah, I don't think we've had Jim Carrey on this level since around the time of The Grinch.
Yeah, probably not. He tried to go a little serious, and then he did that Dumb and Dumber 3 movie, which, yeah, not a fan. But I think that was his attempt to like kind of get back into the groove of what he used to do, which if that's all it accomplished, then great.
Yeah, as Art says, with Jim Carrey. Trust me, it's that zany at times. Oh yes. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. But to talk about, but to quickly talk about Deltarune here for a moment. So the most recent updates as far as what's happening in the working world of Toby Fox, because he's never actually going to share with us his real life. I think he's wise to do that. First off, the reactions seem to be in three camps. You've got one camp which is like, the shipping wars are back on, everyone. The shipping wars are back. And then you have everyone who's mocking the shippers saying, look at all these people now spinning off all these theories and videos, all from 5 lines of text. Not like us cultured people who know that we should just be disappointed and depressed. So you've got the shippers, you've got the people who are trying to be all haughty and almighty because they're depressed. And then there seems to be me, who's in the middle, that's just like, we got to read some news. Yay! So we are getting the next chapters of Deltarune sometime next year. Who knows when? Because Toby Fox is a troll. He's not going to give us any dates. But actually, if anyone bothered to pay attention to the newsletter, there's some really great advice to be had in that letter that I actually got not from Toby, but from my very first and only publisher. And it was this: don't tell anyone the date of when you're going to release a project, because you can never keep it. And the only way that you can actually keep the date of a released big project is if you have all the funding and power necessary to get those little ducks in a row. Because if you've ever tried to get ducks in a row before, ducklings don't like to be in lines unless Big Mama Duck is leading them. And even then, ducklings don't like to get into lines. So unless you have the money and the power to get all your ducks in a row, never tell people when you're going to release a project, because it will fail. I didn't take that to heart with my first 2 novels. I said they will be released by this date. They were not released. Actually, I take it back. One was released on time. The other one wasn't. And the one that was released on time was an absolute abomination. There were so many problems with it because I didn't take my time to properly edit the book, to fully prep it for release. And from what Toby Fox has said, and this I thought was very important, this is especially for some of you here, like Fabio, who I know are interested in getting into making your own games. Whatever engine or program or software you're using, you're going to have to update it at some point. But updating does mean that things are going to get reconfigured. And Toby explained that that chapter 4 and 3 were basically done, but when they had to update the engine in order to make sure that everyone could play, it unleashed a horde of bugs within the game. The coding went berserk. And so the game is done, but they now have to debug the entire game. And that actually explained to me why we're not getting the game as soon as we might think, and why we honestly didn't get the game late this year because of bugging issues. And so yeah, there you have it. If Toby Fox was working with some huge company with 100 people who are all working 40 plus hours a week and only getting paid for 40 of those hours, sure, he could take care of it all. And we would have that game lickety split. But this is indie creation. This is totally at the whims of things that are outside of the creator's control. And that is something that really anyone who wishes not just to make a video game, but make books, make cartoons, make comics, you are going to be at the whims of other powers that be. As a self-published author working through Amazon, there are times where Amazon has completely screwed up the book. I did everything I was supposed to, but the publishing went all wrong. Other times you're just not able yourself to get things as quickly finished as you would like. If you are working with an artist, sometimes your artist has a really hard time meeting a deadline. If any, for those of you arts, I know that you're knowledgeable about Komu's art, her fantastic art for Deltarune. I worked with Komu for the arts for my latest book, A Study in Blood. And because of things that were happening outside of my control and outside of Komu's control, it was actually missing artwork that should be in the book. But it's just not there. And it's not in there in part because Komu just... and I'm not going to spill the beans or the tea on things that are very private for Komu. Let's just say that she's had a very rough year. 2024 was not the best year. So for anyone who does have contact with her, give her all the love that she rightfully deserves and everything, because she needs it. But that's why there's artwork that's missing from the book. The book is fine as it is, but there's definitely some artwork that is missing. And that's kind of a shame. It's also the artwork that would have helped to earn it its 18 plus rating, which for kids is something that they don't need to see, but for those who want more adult themed stuff, the artwork was part of what was supposed to be in that book. So so you run into these problems. These issues will happen for every single creator. It's not just video games. It's for making books as well. And having been able to see interviews and meet up with people who've been working in animation, this stuff hits as well. So if there's any real lesson to take away from Toby Fox's letter, you will hit problems. Problems will push back dates, which is why you don't promise people dates that you know you can't make. And the only reason why big publishers and why Hollywood can make those dates and hold to them is because they have the money and the power to ensure that those obstacles are removed. So for all creators out there, just understand those are the issues. Toby said himself he hired a new producer, which tells me his team was unorganized, not hitting the deadline they'd like. The new producer kicked them in the rear and got them back on track. And yes, I saw that as well, Arts. And I'm very happy that he's bringing on more people to help him out, and that there's a producer there to keep people on task, and especially to keep him on task. And not just simply, hey, we got a deadline to meet, but Toby overworks himself. If any of you might have recalled this, he actually basically got carpal tunnel and had to really take it easy for like half a year. And that's bad. That happens when you overwork yourself. A good producer is there to also make sure that the workers don't kill themselves in the process. So a good producer makes sure that the work is done, the deadlines are met, but that people don't destroy themselves, because it's so easy to do that. Yeah, Art says, yeah, he's got more people, but he's not EA. More people than he did for chapters 1 and 2, which is good, which is very good, because we should also then be getting chapter 5 here pretty soon. Art says, yeah, it's like the problem another artist, Lynx Griffin, had wrist problems. Yeah, our poor self-overworked dude hurt his little paw wrist. Yes, he did. And this is, again, something that can happen to so many other creators. Burnout is real. So it's great to have goals. I am a big proponent of goals and plans to reach those goals. but don't overwork yourself. Don't destroy yourself. I had some big writing goals in mind for December. And you know what? I'm glad that I'm not kicking myself in the butt to try to get that stuff done, that I've taken a little bit more time to work on some fun YouTube things, time to bake, time to spend time with family, time to go out and look at the lights. I've been taking some nice evening hikes through decorated areas of town, and I've just been basking in the fun. Katie, I know you can't quite do that because you've told me about all of your snow problems.
Yeah, well, that's just what happens in Canada, you know? You kinda
Yeah.
you expect it half the year, and, um, this year is a lot worse than it was last year. Last year was mild in comparison to how much snow we've been getting this year, so, eh, you just kind of prepare yourself for it, and I don't know, I've seen a couple of lights. I don't really stop to look or anything, but, yeah, some people still put out their lights and those big fancy, like, I don't even know what they're called, like the big, like the giant snowman, the air filled ones and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I catch glimpses still.
It's still there.
Yeah, they're there. We used to go around a lot more when I was a kid and like just go up and down the more affluent neighborhoods and get a look at some of them. And yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it was fun. But when you become an adult, it's just like I'm done work. I just want to go home.
Rest, please. Rest.
And most people don't have all those lights and flashy stuff going at 7 in the morning when I get off. So
Yeah. Yeah, most people turn that off. I'm one of the last people in my neighborhood to turn them off. I'm normally turning off the lights at about 2 o'clock in the morning. But there's one neighbor up the road has them on all night long.
oh,
So
is he a liked neighbor?
I think he's well enough liked. It's a large Mexican family. Uh, very nice kids. They have an old pit bull. She doesn't come around as much anymore, but she used to kind of like act like she owned the neighborhood. And because all the other dogs in the area are all locked either inside or in their backyards, she would just kind of come and taunt them. Y'all like, I'm the one who's outside.
Nah, 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 nah.
Yeah, just a funny dog. She definitely perfected the like the more bark than bite, because she's never actually attacked anyone or anything to my knowledge, but she knows she's a pit bull. She knows that she can get a reaction out of people by just simply barking or growling, and then people do whatever she wants. So she was very good at maintaining dominance in the neighborhood, but by now she's just such an old dog. I rarely see her walking around anymore. But yeah, she belongs to the big Mexican family that happily keeps their lights on all night long.
Yeah, great family.
So, let's see here. Shade, I see what you said right there. What to not become like George Martin RR, George R. Martin, 13 years and nothing. Laziness truly is a disease, but we got Elden Ring. Maybe sometimes it's a good thing. Hopefully he'll become good. I have no problem with the fun fact. The deer are very cool. I'm dying. Please help. You're dying. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not, man. Say, George R. Martin. Yeah, we are never going to get Winds of Winter, and you're never going to get A Memory of Spring, at least not written by him. I hope for the people who like A Song of Ice and Fire that George has chosen an author to take over for him when he kicks the bucket, like what Robert Jordan did. Actually, Robert Jordan didn't. Robert Jordan tried to finish The Wheel of Time before he died, but he made sure that his wife, who was also his chief editor, had all the notes. She was there with him every single day, helping to write the book. And so when she began looking for an author to finish for her husband, when Brandon Sanderson wrote his condolence letter to her, she was just like, I love the way this man writes. She read Mistborn and said, that's the man. and hired him. I hope though that George has got things better planned out than that.
Yeah,
Art
just
says
procrastination is a real thing. As someone who tends to procrastinate themselves just because, you feel overwhelmed. And I imagine being famous as he is, he's feeling the pressure. And so like the more pressure you feel, the more you can't bring yourself to do it. So like I totally understand if he's having issues with that. But at the same time, 13 years, man, wow. Especially after like doing book after book after book.
Yeah. I still subscribe to the theory that the reason why he hasn't written, because he finally admitted that he hadn't really been writing anything, that the reason why we haven't gotten anything in so long is because he hoped that the television show would finish the series for him. The ending of the show is the ending that he wanted. The only difference, I still stand by this, that Bran is supposed to marry Daenerys. And I know that's going to tick off a lot of people, but it's in the books.
I was going to say, like, well, they aged up the characters quite a bit for the show. So, like, in the book, it makes sense because Daenerys at the very beginning of the story, she was only supposed to be 13. But she's clearly in her 20s, or at least 19 in the show. So it's like, yeah, it looks a little weird when you have that visual, but in the books, everyone's supposed to be way younger than they actually are.
Yeah. Yep. So it's, an 8-year, well, no, actually, no, he's not 8. That's his younger brother, Rickard. If I remember correctly, Bran's either 11 or 12 years old. So an 11 to 12-year-old marrying a 13-year-old, it's uncomfortable, but hey, it's medieval Europe. It's magical medieval Europe. So there you go. It could be worse. It could be like, hey, guess what? You're 2 years old and you're now betrothed to a 20-year-old man. Ugh.
Yeah. It was weird back in the day.
Yep. Now in our more enlightened times, I say that, don't look at the internet. We're not enlightened. Oh boy. Let's see here. Thank you guys for letting me know that the audio has been giving you troubles.
Oh, I thought it was just me.
Man, I
like every once in a while it kind of like just kind of hiccups a little as Art said, and then it'll like speed up double time and just.
That's so weird. It's gotta be something to do with my internet, but I've got, which is annoying because right now my internet's looking really good. It's just the black hole I live in. That's why I don't worry about anyone trying to dox me, because if they do dox me, they're going to have to send the SWAT team on over to the nearest black hole. All right. Ooh, I don't know what frog is trying to get into my throat. So let's get the real show on the road now. I've said what I wanted to for Deltarune. I will be doing a video sometime hopefully in the nearer future, actually diving into the shipping war, the renewed shipping war that blossomed out of that newsletter, because I think, shipping nonsense aside, there's actually some really cool stuff that we can speculate on regarding Birdley and the upcoming fair that's coming to hometown. So I'm excited to dive into that, and the possibility that, depending on your choice of dialogue at the end of chapter 2, might actually have a huge effect on what does happen. Even though we don't know who Birdley is talking to in the dialogue that was given to us in the game, whether Birdley is talking to Chris or to Susie, there's a very good chance that depending on what you tell Susie at the end of the game, if you are thinking of going out with Ralsei or with Noelle or with Susie to the fair, that could change what is going to happen. And Art's maybe he's talking to both of them. So yeah, we'll just have to see. Real quick, to answer Shade's question, I have a question. Why are people obsessed with shipping in the modern day? What happened to make this reality, and could you make a video about it? What should an author do if they face the situation? So, Shade, I actually have talked about this in multiple videos, but I can always bring it up again. And Kitty, I'd like to also get your thoughts real quick on this. But this is what I personally think. I think one of the reasons why there's so much attention to shipping is that it is a side effect of how engaged people get with characters. And I personally see that as kind of a good sign, even though it can get really annoying. It's a good sign when people are like, wow, I like this character. I think I understand this character. And your character would just be so happy if they were in a relationship. The relationship would just make them so happy. It would make them so fulfilled. So I want that character to be in the best relationship possible. I think they've got good chemistry with X or with Y or with this box or with this kitty person, whatever it is that someone thinks would be best for that character. I think it's actually born usually out of how much someone is engaged with that character and therefore wants them to be happy. What do you think, Kitty?
I think there's a couple of different factors involved. Sometimes, yes, it could definitely be that they want this character to be happy, have a happy ending, and for some reason that's always got to be, oh, they have to have a love interest. At the same time, though, I think it's expected, and so it's shoehorned in. Like Rings of Power, kind of what they're doing. It's like every other character is shipped with another character, whether or not there's any kind of chemistry there. And so it's like you can tell when it's forced. And it's just like shipping is all well and good. I'm a fan fiction writer and reader. I get the shipping. I really do. Um, but you got to make sure it works before you go forward with it, I think.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I feel like the best ships and the most fun you can have as a shipper is when you actually try to get into the minds of these characters and really come to understand them, and not what you're like. It's so easy to get caught up in headcanon. It is so easy. But trying to find what honestly works best for that character. So I know almost no one else in this group has actually read the Stormlight Archive, so I actually don't mind throwing this on out there because this doesn't spoil anything for anyone. But I love the character Kaladin Stormblessed. He is such a great character. And I want the greatest happiness for my poor depressed boy, because he's a character who is actually, as you find out through the run of the story, he has chronic depression. It's a mental illness, and he doesn't realize that that's the problem for a very long time. And so he feels absolutely broken, and it takes family, it takes friends to help pull him out of those dark episodes, and to help him to better understand who he is, that he is loved, that he is needed, and that whatever that darkness is telling him for that brief moment, it's only momentary. It will pass. It will come back. But when that does come back, he will have a support group. And that's such a beautiful character arc for him to go on. And I want him to be so happy. And so it's like, okay, then, well, who would actually make this guy happy? And I remember in the early books, there were people who shipped him with Shallan. Shallan, who also actually has her own mental health issues. And when I picked up on that, I'm like, no. Do not put two broken people together and think that they somehow complete each other. That's not the way that works. That is not healthy. No, thank you. And people are like, no, it'd be so sweet because he could help her out with her problem and she could help him out with his. And I'm like, no, have you not been reading the story? Shallan is scared of him when he gets depressed. She can't help him in that way. And so I was like, you know what? As impossible as it sounds, I ship Kaladin with Syl. Who is a spirit, this kind of angelic being who follows Kaladin around. Physically speaking, they're not compatible, two completely different species, but she is the perfect opposite to Kaladin, and she's always trying to help him out, and she's one of the few people who can actually reach him and help him both at his best and at his worst. And I love their dynamic. It is more of a brother-sister relationship than anything else, which is what kind of puts people off to that idea, besides the fact that they're two separate species. But I'm like, in terms of what would romantically help them on out, this character's got the better relationship. And that's directly out of the story. That's not my headcanon speaking. Now then, to get us slightly back on the track and finally shift the gears properly, I'm going to end it right here with answering what Shay points out right here. In the past, people were not very crazy about shipping. I know they were invested in their characters, but where was that at? Shade, I'm going to pull back the curtain and show the wizard for who he really is. Shipping has always been there. Yes. And it's always been a thing. It just is that people weren't very comfortable with revealing their romantic thoughts on fictional characters until relatively recently. But if you're willing to go digging through what people have actually posted and said and shared for many, many decades, and even for hundreds of years, you will find shippers. In fact, fun, disappointing fact, the story of King Arthur that most people know with Lancelot is a fanfic OC made to be shipped with Guinevere. He never existed until a French fanfic author got his hands on some ink and parchment and created Lancelot as his Mary Sue OC to be romantically paired with Guinevere in order to NTR King Arthur. Yes, that is the actual truth behind Lancelot.
And so the war between the English and French continues.
Yes.
We don't like King Arthur. We're going to make our own perfect guy so that he could steal his girl.
Yes. That's... yeah. Arts. Yep. And Lancelot became a character because of a fanfic writer. Yes. And became so popular that he became canon. You want to know another great fanfic with a self-insert character who kind of gets the girl? Dante's Inferno. Dante's Inferno is fan fiction.
It really is.
Yeah, Dante Alighieri hated a lot of people and he wanted to torture them in fan fiction. And that's what the Inferno is. And it ends with him getting the girl. Not in the Inferno, but in Paradise, which is the third act of the Divine Comedy, as it's called altogether. He gets the girl. He gets to party it up in heaven with girl as a teenager for all eternity. I am not making this up.
Well, not only that is like his personal escort for most of the journey is Virgil, the guy that he was not obsessed with, but very much oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Uh he admired quite a bit. Virgil was, if I'm remembering correctly, he was a poet or another writer, and Dante was a huge, huge fan. And basically, Dante's Inferno is him just being like, "Hey, what would happen if I went to hell and Virgil showed me the ins and outs and everything? Wouldn't that be cool?"
Yep,
Not
exactly.
necessarily a ship, but it's basically like self-insert. I get to meet my favorite author.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that actually doesn't diminish the story at all.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Proof that fan fiction can be amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dante's Inferno, and I mean, I personally, like, once I learned about the origins of Lancelot, it kind of brought him down a little bit in my opinion. But the story of King Arthur and his knights as a whole, and even with a lot of stories of Lancelot, are still great, and that's partly fanfic, so it can still be really good. And
Well,
a great self insert character is Sherlock Holmes.
oh, absolutely. And I mean, if you think about it, the entire story of King Arthur could be considered entirely fiction, entirely fan fiction. Because like there's no legit historical accuracy so far as characters and objects and everything goes. Like King Arthur was basically just a, hey, what if we had this and what if we had that, and uh, what if we had this amazing perfect king that we've never actually had before, going on these amazing adventures with all his best buds. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's good. I kind of and finally getting us a little bit more on track to Tolkien. Tolkien was not a huge fan of the fact that the Arthurian legend was England's only real lasting legend. But even he couldn't necessarily completely escape the legend of King Arthur either, because Aragorn is very much an Arthurian king archetype,
Oh, for
because
sure.
he's so awesome and he is the king who is going to return and fix the kingdom with his merry band of amazing dudes. So so yeah. So there we have it. So finally, getting on to the main topic of the evening.
It only took us an hour.
It only took us an hour. Yeah, after talking about real life murder, weddings, Deltarune, and shipping, we're finally here. So the main topic for this evening is looking at how women have been written across all of the main adaptations for The Lord of the Rings, for The Hobbits, The Rings of Power, and for War of the Rohirrim. And I also want to wrap that discussion up with a comparison to what Tolkien himself actually wrote. Because Tolkien gets a lot of flack. Okay, slow your rolls, people. I get it. There's not enough main women in Middle Earth. Like, we can admit that. But if you actually want to talk about how Tolkien wrote women when he decided to write them as main characters, you actually have to look at what he wrote, and it's incredible. He did a great job. And especially when you know what his inspirations were and what he was trying to do and what his own experiences were, like bringing that into writing these female characters, it's pretty amazing. So I want to address as much of that as I can with you, Kitty. But I also, is it okay, everyone, if I say some things right off the bat that are going to be a little bit sizzling? Is that okay?
I'm cool with it. I don't know about everybody else.
So I mean, more rhetorical. I'll see if anyone suddenly starts throwing a tantrum in the chat, and if they do, that's absolutely fine.
Your feelings are valid.
Yeah, yeah. If I whatever, Lars. Yeah, no, and anyone who disagrees with me, that's totally fine. That's where conversations become important. So here's the thing. So many of the women who have been written in the Lord of the Rings adaptations, if we want to be honest about most Hollywood writers, even someone as great as Peter Jackson and everyone else on his crew with Fran Walsh, Philippa Boyens, and everyone else, while they did an amazing job with the adaptation, if we want to hold their standard of women to the standard that we say this is what makes a great female character, they fail. If we are going to hold up Hera from the War of the Rohirrim to that same standard, she fails. If we're going to hold up Toriel from The Hobbit, who is a fanfic character, she's going to fail. If we hold up Galadriel from Rings of Power, she most definitely fails. In fact, actually, most of the female characters in cinema that people are like, oh my gosh, she's written so well. If you actually put them up against the standard of what people say you need to make a great character, they fail. And part of what I'm going to say that's so sizzling is that too many creators are scared to write women. They're scared to write them as interesting, complicated people with their good sides and their strengths and their bad sides and their flaws. We talked about this with Nathan a month ago about creating 4-dimensional characters, really getting in deep and knowing who your characters are with all of their different amazing facets. Hollywood is scared to write women who are complex. Women are either paragons or they are parodies. And that's just the truth of the matter. Though I will say that when we have a look at characters like Arwen and Eowyn and how they were adapted, I think that they were done well. However, they are not at the level that we would like to have for good, complex characters. So that's my saucy, sizzling bit right there. What do you think, Kitty?
I think you're right. Very rarely do we get a female character that isn't defined by the fact that she's female. Whether or not she is a strong character or just basically a waffle, just there to look at. It always seems to focus on the fact that, oh, she's female. So there's an extra level of judgment involved, especially in adaptations, because no matter what, there's always going to be differences from the adaptation to the original canon work. So, like you said, with Arwen and Eowyn and Galadriel, like we cannot adapt them perfectly. And all we can do is just work with what we have and the story we're trying to tell, and change things accordingly. Sometimes it's done well, sometimes it isn't. And just the fact that, like I said, like they're female, there's going to be more scrutiny involved no matter what. I think a really good example of a I actually just watched a review of Aliens the other night, and they were talking about Sigourney Weaver's character, Ripley. And originally in the script, Ripley was written as a male character.
Mm-hmm.
But when they ended up casting Sigourney, they didn't change anything. None of the lines, none of what the arc the character had to go through. And she has become a horror action movie icon as a strong female character. And it's because, yeah, the lines were originally written for a man, ended up being said and acted out by a woman. But the fact is, it's like if you set out to make a strong female character, you're going to overcompensate. So when you make a character that either is male or isn't defined by their gender, um, it works out better because when you finally decide that, oh yeah, so by the way, they're female, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, they're just another person. They just happen to be female, and it's more defined about whether or not they're a strong character rather than a strong female character. Um, And so, but that unfortunately is something rare that happens. Usually it's planned, oh, we need to have a female. Okay, now we need to make them awesome. Well, it's like now you're just doing too much. You're focusing too much on this female being awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we end up with these Mary Sue types or these girl bosses like Captain Marvel or can't think of another example right off the top of my head right now, but that's basically what ends up happening.
Captain Marvel or the new Terminator Abomination movies. Oh,
boy. I haven't seen anything since Salvation, and I kind of want to keep it that way.
Oh, definitely. Please do.
Yeah. But yeah, that's where we get the problem is like no one ever questions it when there's a male character that happens to be badass and awesome at everything he does, like Aragorn, like Sir Lancelot, because we expect that. And as soon as you set out to do the same thing with a female character, knowing that they're female from the get-go, that's when you start to try too hard. And the audience can see that. So it's a very fine line to walk. It's very complicated, and Hollywood is kind of scared of giving complex story arcs to female characters because they're worried about either they're going to be seen as that girl boss Mary Sue or whatever. But the less complexity that they give them, the more likely they're going to get that criticism.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to do. So it's like that's why it's good to just think of them as a genderless character from the get-go, whether or not they're going to end up in some sort of romantic relationship later on, or there's going to be some sort of big overarching story that they're involved in. Think of them as a genderless character, and then as the character develops, maybe then start thinking about what sort of gender that they are. What's their background like? What's their current story? What's their future that you have envisioned for them? That's when you want to decide kind of where they land in this. They don't have to be male or female. They could be actual genderless or consider their sexual orientation, something like that. It defines them as a person, as a character. And so let the character write itself without those biases and expectations involved.
Mm-hmm. And to quickly go along with what Mimic Sarah here. So Studio Ghibli does a great job in writing strong and courageous female characters. One of what Hayao Miyazaki has said when it comes to writing his female characters is that he thinks about the women that he knows in his own life and what makes them inspiring or great or special. And what you'll come to realize is that a lot of the female characters that he himself writes, they feel like people that you would get to know because they have those girlish qualities. They have believable conversations. You have them like, especially if they're younger, acting like brats sometimes or doing things that don't make a lot of sense, miscommunications, blushing when there's the cute boy around, things that you would expect from young girls. and he puts that on in there, and it just helps to make them feel a whole lot more believable. And yeah, you've got to focus really on who your characters are. Like if you have a character idea in mind, but you haven't yet thought about whether or not they should be a male or a female, focus first on like, hey, who is this character? Like, what do they need? What do I want them to do? What is their personality? And you will find where they fit, whether it's a guy or a girl or something else. Because there's a spectrum, or maybe they're an alien. Then you realize, wait a second, I actually really want to write an alien that has no concept of the binary. Whatever it is, you have that creative control. You just have to first figure out how to create a great character. And sometimes that does mean that you actually already are thinking of, for instance, like a certain girl. When I wrote Knights of Halicruz and I put in the character Jessica, she was inspired in large part by girls that I knew in high school. One girl specifically who was like, she's a jock, turned out she was an absolute closet nerd. And I wanted to have that in my story, because one of the things I hoped is that for people who ever read that book, that it would get nerds, for instance, to kind of rethink who the jocks in their life might possibly be. Or if a jock picks up the book and starts reading and it's like, I am a closet nerd. Hey, guess what? It's okay. Let people know what you actually like and who you are. That was the inspiration behind that. So there's so much more that goes into it. Hollywood is just obsessed with making the perfect kind of woman, because, as you said, Kitty, if they don't have that, if they don't make them really awesome or impossibly complex, then they get criticized for dumbing down the woman. And then if they do try to go for really awesome, then they get accused for making a Mary Sue. If they try to do complex, they then get criticized for, who is this character? There's too much to her. It's a catch-22, and it's really annoying.
It really is. It's writing itself is already hard enough. Coming up with the plot, the world, everything like that. When you start throwing in all these little nuances about, oh, what can these characters do? What do I want them to do? And it feels forced sometimes. And disregarding like any gender, like male, female, or whatever, for those characters, yeah, it just it gets very complicated, especially nowadays with all the issues that we have when it comes to sexuality and gender all that stuff. We have to be very conscious of it, but we also need to respect it, and that's when the overcompensation comes in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And for the sake of quick conversation, right here, so Arts right here disagrees with me about Terminator Dark Fate. Writing Dark Fate's Kyle Reese stand-in Grace was a better shot as far as characters go. She was better written as well. I think they did her right for the most part, and I enjoyed her character. Well, Arts, I'm glad that you did enjoy Grace as a character. I think that, at least for me, I would like to have seen more of Grace. This was one of the problems with Dark Fate, trying to rehash the plot of the first movie, but now with just slightly different characters. Is that and with the runtime as well. The runtime was too short for as much as they wanted to do. What they should have done is they should have axed the old cast. As much as I love Arnold Schwarzenegger, he shouldn't have been in the movie. And they really needed to explore why Grace is there and how Grace is going to handle the situation. I think that if that had happened, I would have ended up liking her character more, getting to just see more of her. Because one of the things that happens in writing is that there's so many great concepts for characters or for plots or whatnot that might not get seen through entirely the way that they should. Like, writing is mostly great ideas, bad execution. And and so there are some bad ideas that you should stay away from, but usually it's great ideas poorly executed, or good ideas poorly executed. And that's how I felt with Grace, that there was the potential for a great character there, but that the story was so convoluted with so much else that was trying to do that it couldn't let her stand on her own and be an interesting, complex, strong female character who is basically sacrificing her way on a one-way trip. That is what was missing. So, but with that being said, I want to start off with talking about Arwen from Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy. So what I hope to do with you, Kitty, is I want to talk about the strengths and the weaknesses that are presented to us about these characters, and what kind of character arc that they are given within the movie, and then discuss whether it was executed well. How does that sound to you?
Sounds good.
All right. So feel free to add or correct me right here in terms of strengths for Arwen. But when it comes to Arwen as a character, so she is headstrong with how she goes against Elrond, how she goes against Aragorn's wishes a couple of times. She's a good writer. She's able to use some magic. She's immortal. She is very giving, very loving. And anything else I should add? I should add to that.
Pretty much think you got it right on the head there. That she is definitely all of those things. She is. I would add that she's confident in herself. She knows what she can do, and she's not afraid of hiding it. So many times we get those characters that, oh, I know I can do this thing, but I need to be humble. Especially when it actually comes to female characters. It's like, oh, I know I can be badass, but no, I don't want to show up anyone. Don't want to, seem egotistical in any sort of way. I need to be demure. And it's like, no, if you know you could do something, show that. Don't hide who you are, no matter what it comes to, especially in real life too. That's good advice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you love nerd stuff, be proud of that, because nerd stuff is awesome.
Oh, yeah. And Arts, put a pin in your most recent comment right there. We are going to come back to that.
Yes, we will, because we did discuss this.
Yes, we absolutely do, because this is an issue in adaptation. And so as far, but let's also quickly bring up the weaknesses. And one of the reasons why I want to do this when it comes to Arwen is because here's a little bit more spiciness from me. I have been getting really angry about nerds recently, because there's a real double standard with how they approach some of the characters. So Rings of Power and how it portrays Galadriel is bad. It's objectively bad. It's not even subjectively bad. It is categorically awful. And we will be talking about that tonight. Believe you me. But here's the thing is that they're like, oh, she's a Mary Sue. She's so perfect. She doesn't have any issues. Well, here's the thing. If you're going to use that as your rubric for grading a character, and rubric is probably the wrong word to use, but my teacher brain just got turned on. If you're going to grade a character by that, then Arwen is a Mary Sue, and you should therefore hate her. And what I'm seeing is that there are actually now these people who are like, oh my gosh, you're right. Yeah, I do hate Arwen. Like, no, don't hate Arwen for crying out loud. She's a good character both within the movies and in the book, for as little as she is in the book, and we will get to that. So when I then think about the weaknesses that Arwen has, I can be very jokey and say, oh, look, she gets a cut on her cheek. So, well, that actually is a little bit of weakness right there. She is not invincible. She can get hurt. Though granted, she's only really given one shot in the entire trilogy of movies to really be in danger. And that's when she goes to save Frodo from the Nazgul, which is the footage that's right now playing. So there's that. Beyond that, we do have to kind of look a little bit deeper. We can say, for instance, that one of the weaknesses, though this isn't a weakness in terms of her character, is how little she is there. But a weakness to her is how, even though she's headstrong, some of that headstrongness only comes out later on. She's willing to just accept what some people tell her. Like what Aragorn says, where he's all like, I want you to go sail to the Undying Lands. This is over. It was only a dream. And she, even though she gives him the gift of her little brooch, she's like, yeah, it's done. And I'm really sad and heartbroken about that. And then when Elrond says it's time for you to leave, and he's not telling her the whole truth, she just accepts it and goes. And we then get Deus Ex Visiona, that gives her that opportunity to realize, oh, things could be different, they can change, and I am the master of my own fate. And that's a bit of a stretch, at least in my opinion. What do you think, Kitty?
You're right that yes, that like she, headstrong as she is, she lets the love and trust that she has for the people in her life kind of blind her to her own goals. And like especially in the movies, she's kind of shuffled off to the side immediately after her introduction and badass moment. When we had actually seen like who she actually is. She, like we both said, that she's headstrong. She is not afraid to tell Aragorn no when he's all, oh, I should be the one, to take him. And she's like, nuh-uh. I'm the faster rider. And if you know anything about elf lore in Lord of the Rings, like they don't really, except for when Legolas is walking on the snow, they don't really show just like what the elves are capable of, how light they are. You got to consider the fact that she is so much lighter than Aragorn that she literally can ride faster, because the horse only really has the weight of Frodo, who is a very tiny being and doesn't have much weight to him already. So like Aragorn's thinking, oh, I need, protect Arwen while protecting Frodo. And she's all, no, you got to protect these other hobbits. I will take Frodo because we can go faster. And honestly, if she hadn't been the one to take Frodo and it had been Aragorn instead, they would have been caught by the Black Riders, because they were, even with her speed, they were right on her tail. The story could have been done way earlier without her intervention. Just forgetting the fact that in the books it was actually Glorfindel, and that Frodo had actually made most of the journey back to Rivendell on Asphaleth on his own. Mm-hmm. It was all basically Asphaleth doing that.
And he has a cool moment where he talks back to the Witch King.
Yeah, right? He's actually the one who does kind of like the na 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 na, you can't get me, even though he's dying. But they kind of give that moment, the badass moment that Frodo has, and the intervention of Glorfindel to Arwen, which originally I actually used to hate when I found out what was actually in the book versus the movies. But as the years have passed, I've looked at it and I'm like, throwing Glorfindel in there would not really make sense, because you're introducing a guy who's clearly awesome and then he just disappears. for the rest
Mhm.
of the story. He had most of his story is actually in the Silmarillion and in the lore of Middle Earth. He's basically just kind of like canon, or not canon, a cameo in Lord of the Rings. It's kind of like if you read the Silmarillion, yes, I know it came after the Lord of the Rings books. If you had read the Silmarillion and then read Lord of the Rings, they'd be like, "Oh my god, that's Glorfindel! No freaking way!"
Yeah.
But because he's an amazing character, he really is. But he has no bearing on the story of Lord of the Rings. He really has nothing to do with it. So it does kind of make sense to me that they had Arwen take his place because it built up her character and um let us get to know her a little bit more in the story. Uh and the way that she's written in the books, she's just kind of like that side character. It's just like, oh yeah, that's Aragorn's lover, and oh yeah, they get married at the end of all this. Cool. Um,
Mhm.
so she's actually built up a lot more in the adaptation than she is in the book. Um, like I said, she's not really given a whole lot to do. She's not really around. She's basically this paragon of hope and love that drives Aragorn onwards. Um, Especially in the movies, which I'm kind of on the fence about on like his motivations and everything, because they really make it out to seem like the only reason that he really takes up the sword and becomes the king is because, oh shit, uh, Arwen's dying. I need to see this through because otherwise she's gonna die. And that's kind of what they're alluding to. It's just like in the books, he was already planning on reclaiming the throne way from the get-go. He was holding
Mhm.
the shards of Narsil from the beginning, from the moment that we met him. He had it. It was always in his plan. So the
Yeah.
fact that they made Arwen his driving force to do what he needed to, it kind of bothers me, but at the same time, there are so many characters. They only have so much time. I can kind of see why they did that. And I mean, every fantasy story has to have a romance side plot of some kind. I mean, you really don't need one, uh, but it is nice to have. And it's good to have one side not just be a complete ghost. Like, if they had just brought up Arwen and not had her at the very beginning, it would have been a lot worse. Because then there would be people going on like, "Oh, who's this Arwen chick? What's going on here?" Which is kind of what you think when you read the book. It's like, "Oh yeah, she's
Mhm.
mentioned, um, but she doesn't really have much of a bearing." Um,
Yeah. And
and that's
her
kind of what they did with her in the movies, though. They gave her this big moment in the first movie where it's like, "Oh, she might actually like stick around and help out a little bit more." And they show her strength. They show her strength of character, especially that she was terrified that her little spell on the water was not going to work. You could see that in her eyes, but her resolve came. And she's like, you know what? Whether or not this works, I'm going to fight to the death for this stranger just because I know how important it is. And then you could see the surprise in her eyes when the tidal wave comes. Um,
Mhm.
so it's like that's why she's such a good match for Aragorn because they kind of have that same like, yeah, it's going to be hard, but I'm going to see it through just because I know it's the right thing to do. And you can see why that they're a couple in that
Mhm.
moment. But then she's shuffled off to the side, and really the only thing that she has to do after that is defy her father after realizing that he basically lied to her and coming back to Rivendell to be like, okay, Dad, you need to forge the sword so that you can help my boyfriend, defeat the armies. Because what else are you doing here? Like you're sitting in the one safe corner left, and you're doing nothing.
Mhm.
So it's nice that she did that, but other than that, she really doesn't do anything after the first movie, which it's kind of sad. That's a weak point to her character in the movies, I think.
Oh yeah. And to kind of draw a little point of comparison, and as well between the books and the movie, Arwen going back and inspiring Elrond to reforge the Sword of Kings and change Narsil, the Broken Blade into the Flame of the West, Anduril, and bring it to Aragorn, and that finally is what pushes him to become to take up the mantle of king. Having Arwen play that particular role attached to the sword is important because in the book, when a message comes from Arwen to Aragorn, it happens when the Grey Company, the other Rangers of the North, Aragorn's kin and his best friends, come with the sons of Elrond, and they're like, "Hey, we have a message from Arwen," and it's like, "What is it?" It's a flag. And granted, it's a really cool flag because it's the banner that he's meant to unfurl before the King of the Dead in order to summon the undead armies to him. So it's a cool thing, but it's not to most people, unless they're really steeped in this stuff. Flag or sword? Flag or sword? We're gonna go with the sword.
Well, it is more badass. We all know that, yeah, flag is cool, but everybody loves a sword.
Mm-hmm. And the sword beats back the King of the Dead. So it still serves the same narrative purpose in the end. But you're absolutely right. Both and Arwen being relegated to the background as being the romantic interest that helps to push Aragorn really does a disservice to her after giving her such an awesome moment earlier on. And this is where the adaptation problems come in. Because if you don't want Arwen to just simply be the girl that's the prize at the end of the story, you need to bring her in and do it in a great, charismatic, amazing way that establishes her character, that, as you said, Kitty, shows us why she and Aragorn are a couple. We see their communication, we see how their values and their characteristics complement and ennoble each other. It's beautiful. And it then makes sense why she would be an inspiration to him throughout the next two movies. However, the problem is that when you have such a great dynamic character show up, and you are going to hold true to canon and not have a 10th member of the Fellowship, but instead focus on the canonical Fellowship, which is the right move to make, to focus on the 9, because they are the main characters. They are the best. It forces an amazing character to the sidelines. And as opposed to reading the book, where if you read the Fellowship of the Ring without knowing anything about the Silmarillion, Glorfindel is a cool character, and it's explained in the book why he can't go on the quest. Okay, the answer is there. And you just accept it, and because Glorfindel is not Aragorn's boyfriend or anything like that, there's no reason to pine after Glorfindel other than that he seems like a cool dude. It's when you know what he is that you're like, no, I need more of this guy. But if you don't know that, who cares? Arwen is introduced in such a way that we do get to know her. And then when she is relocated to the background, like Glorfindel was, it leaves a hole in the story, and it takes away some of her autonomy, which she's given the chance to exercise again in The Return of the King. But compared to who she was when we're first introduced to her, yeah, it's a definite step backwards. It was put in there to give Aragorn a good motivation to introduce this amazing character, to make sense of their romance. Romance brings people to the chairs in the theaters, puts butts in seats. But yeah, they definitely dropped the ball in that. Which I think, when we talk about Tauriel, I think it's one of the reasons why Tauriel ends up being so prominent in the Hobbit movies, because I feel like they were trying to make up for not doing that with Arwen.
That's fair. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Tauriel. I absolutely hated her on my first watch of The Hobbit because I was like, who is this person? She wasn't in the book.
Mm-hmm.
She's not even a canon character of any kind in any of the Lord of the Rings lore. But I did a marathon recently where I rewatched The Hobbit, and I was like, okay, love triangle aside, I can see some merit to her character. Like, I like her a little bit more now. But she's definitely kind of like that wish fulfillment type of character.
Yeah. But so actually bringing her up, unless there's anything else that you wish to say about Arwen, do we want to shift on over to address Tariel and make sense of her character?
I think I've said all I can really say about Arwen. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm good with
I,
moving on.
yeah. Say I will say this: if anyone wants to like really do like a good deep dive themselves into the differences between Arwen in the movie and Arwen in the books, definitely take the time to read the books. She is way more of a side character in the books than she is in the movies, and then it makes sense why Peter Jackson went the route that he did. But there is also a great sense of beauty to her. As Katie said, she's a paragon, and you definitely get that in the books. She is a paragon for the brief times that we get to see her.
Well,
And we
next
will
to
have
Galadriel, she is known as the most beautiful elf that is currently on Middle Earth, which makes sense because she is Galadriel's granddaughter.
mm-hmm, yep. And she's also a descendant of Luthien, the most beautiful of all elves.
Who are both descendants of Maya.
Yeah.
That's
Man, it's
what
all
yeah, that's what you need to read the Silmarillion as well, because you need to get the whole lore on uh the connection between uh Galadriel's history, Elrond's history, where they came from, Beren and Luthien, and then you need to go all the way back to the Undying Lands and where it all
mhm,
began, because it's like it's like a waterfall. It all trickles down and it converges on Aragorn and Arwen. They're not just a repeat. I wouldn't say repeat, but they're not just a mirror to Beren and Luthien, but they are the culmination. Especially their son, his name is escaping me right now. I know it starts with an E.
uh,
Um,
I got the book right here.
oh, good, good, good.
But quickly shifting some things out of the way so that way I can get quicker to it.
I want to say is I think it has Estelle in it somewhere, because that is Aragorn's elvish name that he was given when he was raised in Rivendell. Um, I, right now, the only thing that's coming into my head is Asterion, and I'm like, nope, that's
Nope.
basically Astarion with an E at the beginning, and he is so not Astarion. Um, uh, but basically, when their son is born, he is the genetically, at least, the perfect combination of every free race besides dwarf in Middle Earth at that time. He's from pretty much one of every single clan. He's got some Teleri in him. He's got some Avari in him. He's got Noldar. He's got human from several different clans, especially the ones that were most allied and trusted by the elves. And so he is basically the hope. It wasn't just Aragorn taking up kingship again that saved Middle Earth. It was so that he could do that, marry Arwen, and they could have a child that was the culmination of everything that Eru Ilúvatar was working towards. He's basically
Mhm.
the divergent, the one and only divergent. He is the perfect combination of every free race.
Yep.
So like everything, basically, if you could look at it in a certain way, he is the main goal. Basically, all this needed to happen in order for this kid to be born,
Mm-hmm.
and we know pretty much nothing about him.
Yeah, we know nothing about it, but we do know the name. I found it right here. Eldarion.
Eldarion, right? Okay,
Which is a
and then
cool
his
name.
two unnamed sisters.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Tolkien.
there are so many unnamed female characters in Lord of the Rings lore. It's ridiculous. A lot of them, it's just like, oh, and their daughter, like Hera, especially, is a good example. In the lore, she's there, but she's never named. The name
Mhm.
Hera was given to her for War of the Rohirrim. But she's just one of those female characters that just are not named.
Yeah. say Tolkien. Like Tolkien was great, but yeah, we can definitely say that it would be nice to get some of the names of some of these female characters who are important. He
Hmm.
does, and it's not that he does. Anyone who claims that there are no women who of importance in the Lord of the Rings lore, or the greater history of Middle Earth haven't actually read it. But yeah, there's definitely more dudes than there are named women.
Yeah, but you know what? He even didn't name every male either. Like, yeah, there
Mhm.
is a clear distinction between how many men he has named and how many women he hasn't. But there are quite a few men that he didn't either. The one name that we know of any of the Nazgul is Camille. We know
Mhm.
that he was an Easterling. We know his name was Camille. We don't really know much about him beyond that, but he is the one and only Nazgul that we actually have a name for.
Yeah.
The only thing we know about the rest of them is that they are some, uh, well, obviously men, but we don't know where they came from. We know that they were either lords or nobility of some kind with throughout the history of um, Middle Earth. But I mean, we don't know anything else about them. We can speculate and make assumptions based on what we know, but we don't know. So it's not like
Mhm.
it was like, oh, I'm not gonna name these female characters just because they're not important. No, there are some that aren't named that are incredibly important, but there are also some very important male characters that aren't named either. So it's not like he did it on purpose. It's just you could only come up with so many names, and he's already come up with hundreds. So it's like, let's give the guy a break.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, uh, and we will be talking about Hera because I definitely do need to still do my defense of her. It's amazing. I'll just say this: it's amazing. I haven't seen a video in so long that we've made here on the channel get so much flack, get so much hate, and so many views at the same time. The only one that is comparable uh, is the video that I did about Ichiruki, and that's because the Bleach fan base is something else. um, but so diving into Tariel, who again we will accept she's a fan fiction character. There's no trying to argue around that is silly. uh, so so if we focus on her strengths, we'll begin to see a lot of parallels to Arwen. Uh, the implementation of her character is going to be something else. So she's headstrong, she's fiercely independent, she's loving, she's self-sacrificing, she's good with a blade, good with a bow, and is not a bad conversationalist either, which sounds like a strange thing to say as a strength, but really, especially when we have her with her conversations with the dwarves, with Killy, and also her conversations with Legolas, which, yes, love triangle. Yeesh. She's able to have conversations with these guys that don't feel as if it's like the script says that this must happen. She's not wooden is probably the best way of putting it. She's a conversationalist. You feel like these conversations are real. So, and that's a strength because not everyone can just strike up a conversation with anyone else.
And she's able to
So,
put like a lot of things to the side. Like she knows that there's something going on with Legolas, but
mhm,
she still sees him as a friend and she treats him like one. And she talks to him like one.
yeah,
She still gives him respect and doesn't do the whole, "Oh, you love me, but I don't love you, so we can't communicate. We can't be around each other because it'll hurt you too much." And she's able to still treat him and see him as the friend that she sees him as. And honestly, they could have just ran with that. No love triangle involved at all. If they didn't have that line with Thranduil saying, "Oh, he's fond of you," and she's all, oh, I did not think that you would allow your son to pledge himself to a lowly sylvan elf. And he's all, no, of course I wouldn't. Um, if they didn't have that, you could actually interpret their entire relationship as Legolas just being a very overprotective friend who is um, beholden to his king. He has to do what his king says, but he wants to protect his friend because, like, uh, I get the feeling that they were buddies since they were like kids. She's captain of the guard. He's the prince. They're basically, aside from their rank, they're basically on the same level.
Mm-hmm.
So if they didn't have that little thing with Thranduil, you could just see Legolas as kind of like this friend who just wants to protect her. Yes, he has some biases against the dwarves, so he really doesn't like her, kind of getting close to one, or even just treating the dwarf that she likes as I don't want to say human because he's not human, he's a dwarf, but basically she treats him like an actual person. And Legolas is raised to not. And
Mm-hmm.
so, like, yeah, if they had left out the entire love triangle, I would have liked her character so much more. But despite all her strengths and everything, she is pretty much defined by this, oh, I love a dwarf, which I shouldn't. And we'll get to that, they don't really show much of why she even likes Keeley to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
besides that one conversation that they have when he's in jail, it's like that's it. You don't know anything about this guy. He knows nothing about you, and yet you guys are in love. I don't understand. If maybe that had been fleshed out a little bit more, I would have loved that. You need to build the relationship, not just throw it in there because they have a good conversation. Um, but yeah, Legolas, I could see as just being like a very concerned friend. And I don't say that because I've loved Legolas since I was like 12.
Yes, of course not.
I mean, there might be a little bit of bias there, but at the
Little
same
bit of
time,
bias.
like looking at from a subjective point of view, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
it just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's and this is this is again things lost in adaptation, because the Hobbit movies definitely didn't need to be a trilogy. Two movies,
No.
like two good solid movies, and bam, you could have
Yes.
covered everything you needed to in depth. She is an interesting addition. Like if you want to, for instance, explore more of Thranduil as a character, his court, introduce the fact that Legolas is tromping around because he would have been alive at this time, and everything like that. She's a good introductory character to have. One of the arts, yeah, they really stretched that story. They absolutely
Yes,
did.
they did.
And this is where she herself, like, it'd be also very easy to classify Tariel as a Mary Sue. The thing is that the Sue-ness melts away in the light of that she is more of a love interest and therefore an object of affection for Legolas and Killy rather than as her own person. She one of her weaknesses, one weakness that is interesting, that would have been really great, that could have been fleshed out if it wasn't for the love triangle, is her trusting nature. She's very earnest, she's very trusting, which is something that can be taken advantage of. One of the neat things is when a character's strengths are turned against them. And Tariel is someone who, she's been a part of Mirkwood for so long. And within the Lord of the Rings lore and the Hobbit, it is a very stagnant place. It's kind of been stuck in its state for so long, and she would like to see the outside world. She's curious about what's going on. She's being thoughtful when these dwarves and this hobbit, whatever that is, show up and begin making a mess of everything. And now now the elves are forced to have more interactions with the people of Lake Town, and the dragon is awakened and the consequences of that. It would be like you could have an amazing character, an amazing, not necessarily character arc, but an amazing character discovery or development with what happens when you take this elf who is so trusting, so big-eyed, wants to see the world, and you throw them into the horrors that are the Battle of Five Armies, Smaug being awoken and destroying Lake Town. Let's say that, hey, love interest aside, she takes interest in these dwarves. They're very interesting people. They tell her stories of the outside. They seem like good folk. And then you take away that from her, take away these new friends in death. This would be a huge teaching moment for this elf, and that's something fascinating that could be explored, but it never really is. And so, like, whatever kinds of weaknesses she would have as a person are never fully explored, because she's relegated more to an object than to an autonomous individual. Because, as you said, Kitty, she's just in love, and we don't understand why or how. That's never explored. And instead, she could have been a really great friend, a really great side character, but we're not even given that, and that's frustrating.
We also have to consider that just the fact that she mentioned that she is a Sylvan elf, it means that, like, okay, when Mirkwood was established, it was a mixture of several different types of elves, but one of them was actually a descendant of the Avari, which were some of the original awakened elves that never went to Valinor.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have never left Middle Earth. They have a connection to Middle Earth that is, you could consider, closer than any of the other elves that we have seen thus far, because they all have Noldor blood. They have either seen or been descended from elves who went to Valinor and then came back.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a closer tie to Middle Earth. They know that Valinor exists, but they saw Middle Earth as their home. And so that's something that I always saw in Tariel, that she's not pure Avari, of course, because of just how many different kind of groups of elves came back together within Mirkwood. But the ones that are descended from Avari were basically swallowed by like melting potted into the more um, Noldor way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Because
The Noldor took over everything.
pretty much, yeah. They left and then they came back and they're like, yeah, we're going to establish all these cities and we've got all this knowledge from the Valar and all that stuff, which is great. But they basically took over an indigenous culture of their own cousins. And so, like, that's when you said that she has a very close connection with nature, I can definitely see that, because if she has more Avari blood in her, which she would, they are kind of seen as like the more savage types, because they never went to Valinor. They were never enlightened.
Mm-hmm. Literally.
Yes. Yeah, literally. And so that's why she cares so much more than Thranduil or Legolas, because they're just like, oh yeah, we got to do our thing. This is what we say, so you got to do it. And she's like, yeah, but I'm more beholden to what happens to this place if we don't do anything. And that's why I love that scene where she's convincing Legolas to come help her,
Mm-hmm.
because it just highlights that fact that she's like, I don't care that they're dwarves. I don't care that this could go really, really badly. We need to do something, because if we don't help, then this is going to be so much worse in the long run. And not just for us, not just for men, not just for dwarves. It's going to be so much worse for our home, the place that we live, and we need to protect it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that could be something, again, that if I think if they focused on her more as a character, they could have drawn that out. And for
Yeah.
huge Tolkien nerds like ourselves, like it's like, oh, you're touching on all these aspects of like deeper lore, which is one of the things that I did definitely appreciate from how the Hobbit was adapted, that there were elements of unfinished tales and the lost tales brought together to pad, because the movie was stretched. And one of the ways that they were able to stretch it was that they added in all this other stuff, like the raid on Dol Guldur, which is not in the book, but
It's
is referenced.
mentioned. Yeah.
It's mentioned, and it's so cool to have. At the same time, however, I would have loved to have like the full legit battle of like the elven champions going into Dol Guldur, the battle with the necromancer and all of his nightmares as the revelation is given that this is Sauron. Like they have that with the awakening of the Nazgul. The problem is this, and here's the nerdiness: the Nazgul are already awake. They've been awake for a long time. Angmar, even though that's not his real name, so as you said, like we only have actually one real name of one of the ring wraiths. Angmar has been out and about killing people for like 2,000 years at this point.
Yeah.
And so like one of the great reveals that could have been had, again, had they just the adaptation. If you then have that reveal of Angmar is at Dol Guldur, and then that could even be passed off by Saruman then saying, oh, well, then you have your answer. There's your necromancer. To which then you could have like Gandalf be all like, Angmar has never delved in resurrecting anyone as far as we know. And then it's like, well, what about the Barrows? And you're like, ooh, true, the Barrows. Well, the only way we will know is if someone goes to Dol Guldur, which is then what Gandalf does, and realizes it's not Angmar, but it's the necromancer. And then just, and you could then have just like the snowball effect of that revelation, which leads to that this is Sauron and everything. And it would work out so dang well. I mean, I'm glad for what I got, because I'm happy that we got Dol Guldur in the movies. But yeah, adaptation. And I also, and here, and if you wouldn't mind me like putting on my tinfoil hat, the reason why I think that they did why they had the ring wraiths be awakened rather than just always being out and about, is that Warner Brothers had already been planning to do their version of the Rings of Power. And Peter Jackson, thanks to Guillermo del Toro, basically handing off creative control to Peter Jackson, that Peter Jackson's like, I don't like this idea and I don't want to be stuck to it either. So we're actually going to nip a lot of the ideas that Warner Brothers has in the bud, and we're going to make sure that they don't have the chance, that they don't have the foundation to do some of the stupid things that they're cooking up. And that's one of the reasons why the lore got twisted the way that it did. Because Jackson has shown that he can be very respectful to the lore and include huge elements that, again, nerds who are like, oh, I've read this thing in the books, would come to appreciate what was added in. Elements, again, of lost tales and unfinished tales and of the Silmarillion. And I think that Jackson did what he did in this adaptation to prevent them from doing Rings of Power 3rd Age Edition. That's my guess. That's my tinfoil hat.
You're probably right. Because I mean, like, yeah, like after the whole Rings of Power thing happened with Celebrimbor and Anatar and like the fall of Numenor and all that stuff, after all that went down, you could be thinking with how the movies go, oh yeah, they had about 2,000, 3,000 years of peace. Yeah, I know, everything's good. Yeah, Sauron fell, everything's fine. But what's been going on since the beginning of the Third Age is the Nazgul have basically just been slowly undermining the free races and basically trying to kill them off systematically. Because at the beginning of the Third Age, the kingdom of Arnor spread all the way out to Hobbiton, all the way out to the Western Sea.
Mhm.
And so within those 3,000 years, Arnor fell. The only piece of that gigantic rule of land that is left is basically Gondor, and if you want to look at it in a certain way, Rohan.
Mhm.
Because Rohan, though it's established as its own separate dynasty, I guess you could say, it was given to them by Gondor for their help in the fight against the Easterlings and the Wildmen and stuff. So Gondor actually stretches from basically the edge of Mordor all the way to the Western Sea. Because this was before the hobbits even settled down in the Shire or anything like that. They had control of everything from Mordor down to the west, down to the sea. But in those 3,000 years, basically every lordship, minor nobility that was left was slowly killed off. They were eradicating basically the race of man, but if they could get their hands on elves too, all the better for it.
Yeah.
And that's why things are so scattered and weird, and why we get all of these ancient ruins like Weathertop, the Barrow Downs,
yeah.
all this stuff. They are from the kingdom of Gondor. And even at the end of the book, when Aragorn takes kingship, he reclaims the lands of Arnor, which means that the Shire, Hobbiton, is within the bounds of his own country by right, by rule. But because he's such a cool guy, he makes the Shire basically its own tertiary state within Gondor, protected by Gondor, protected by his line, but gives them complete and absolute control, like that nothing has changed. Even when he goes to visit Sam, Merry, and Pippin, he stands outside the borders and will not step inside out of respect until the hobbits themselves just say, like, dude, Strider, come on in. Like, you are our buddy. That's fine. But he refuses to step within the borders because he doesn't really consider it his land. He just protects it.
Yeah. And that says so much about Aragorn, which again is in the book, where like he refuses to enter Minas Tirith as the king until Sauron is defeated, even though he does sneak in, then because he's just like, okay, I need to
But
heal
he
people.
sneaks in as Strider,
Yep.
not as Aragorn. There is a
Yeah.
distinction, at least to him and to the people who know him, that there is a distinction there. Strider is the wanderer, the ranger. If he goes in as Aragorn, it would be against everything he basically believes in.
Yeah.
And the only reason he does is to save the people who are suffering from the black touch of the Witch King.
Yeah, which is Merry and Eowyn, and he does work on Faramir. Though Faramir in the books is poisoned by an Easterling dart, as opposed to in the movie where he's just really badly beaten up.
In the books, there were some other people that were damaged by the black touch. Some had already died, and basically Aragorn was thinking like, okay, if I don't go in and help, like, so many more are going to die because they just don't have the skills to combat this, but I do. And that's where the whole, like, the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. He is known from that point on that he is a healer, not just a healer of the land, healer of the line of Gondor. He is a healer in every sense of the word because of what he learned from Elrond.
Thing of the healer of the land, that rings of power. The fact that they do not have the Eleazar in that show. I mean, I'm glad in a way that they don't, because they would absolutely botch it. But God, that's Galadriel's gift to him, the stone that will allow him to heal the land. It's such a again, and this is okay. Real quick, for Lars to get. This is something about the Lord of the Rings books that needs to be understood by a lot of people. It needs to be understood by more fans. It's not good for your blood pressure. Exactly. Thank you, Arts. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is written with tons of Easter eggs and references that when the books were released, only Tolkien knew what they meant. Maybe Christopher did, but like none of his readers would have known. So Glorfindel, the stuff that the stuff that Tom Bombadil talks about makes no sense. The Eleazar, Galadriel giving 3 of her hairs to Gimli, which is huge.
Oh, super huge.
My gosh, that is huge. So you've got that. There's references to like, and Callaghan the Black gets just casually name dropped by Gandalf, the dragon that caused a continent to sink because he fell on top of it.
He destroyed entire mountain ranges.
He destroyed hell. Hell got crushed under his weight.
Yeah, pretty much. And in him falling, if I'm remembering correctly, he also took out quite a few other dragons, not just the ones that crawl like the type like Glaurung, but also some other winged dragons. That's why there was so few left after that confrontation, and they all either died or flew off to wherever else afterwards. Some of them went after dwarves because why not?
Treasure.
Well, treasure and the rings that they were given by Sauron drew them in, and all that stuff. Like four of the rings were swallowed by dragons, but we don't know what happens to those dragons. And those are only the winged ones. All the aside from Glaurung, all of the ones that were made before the winged dragons, they were crushed when Callaghan fell. Because he was so big. So big. He destroyed Beleriand in that fall. And he took so many others with him.
Yeah. And then that's why Eärendil is like one of the freaking coolest guys of all time, because he slew Callaghan flying a ship through the stars.
Bringing all the eagles with him, because Manwë's just like, dude, you need help.
Yep. With the last Silmaril bound to his brow, which is the light that's in the file of Galadriel. So when Galadriel's like, yeah, this is the light of Eärendil, and everyone's like, ooh. Nobody knows. And that's one of the things that's also missing in terms of like understanding why the quest was doomed without Gollum, is because the light of Eärendil, which is the last Silmaril, one of the holiest gems in all of creation, a light that not even Morgoth was able to quench, who's the demon. Sauron freaking snuffs it out with his presence, which is horrifying. And that's the moment that Frodo gets possessed, is when the light of Eärendil dies in the forges of Mount Doom. And it is just, but none of that, it's just all cool stuff, but you don't realize just how cool it is or its significance until you've read the Silmarillion, which Tolkien himself never released. It was released by his son Christopher after his death.
Yeah, and the Silmarillion is basically just like a collection of his little like margin notes as he was writing Lord of the Rings. He was compiling it, and he had made like so many revisions. He was still revising it before he passed on. And it was only because of Christopher that we even got the Silmarillion, because he's just like, you know what, I'm going to put all my dad's notes together. I'm going to make them kind of make sense and release that to the public so that they can actually have a little bit of understanding of what these things are.
Yeah. And oh man, so it's the adventure. I would love to go back in time to talk to the OG fans who read the books without any context, and it's just like, so what do you think about this? and see if they're like, oh, that's kind of cool. I don't know why it's in there, it's just cool. and and so coming back to the Hobbits, there's so many of those little ideas that you can actually see getting plucked and drawn on and woven in by Peter Jackson and his team, which is why, like, what happens with Tauriel at the end is just unfortunately a bit of a tragedy, because there's so much that could have been done with her, not only as a character, but even as a character who could very easily fit in to the lore of Middle Earth. She's a lore breaking character in that she never existed in The Hobbit, but she's a character who could have complemented the lore, and instead relegated to love interest in a love triangle that wasn't needed in a stretched out trilogy of movies.
Yeah. Yeah, they really did her character a disservice. I mean, they did what they could with what they were able to do. But unfortunately, everything just kind of banks on that triangle. And she would have been so much of a better character without that triangle, especially because, like, that whole scene with her being over Killy's body and being like, if this is love, I don't want it. It's still like it gets to me. I cry every time I watch it, because I know what her fate is after that. Despite how wrong everything went with the triangle and how they didn't really necessarily build up this whole love connection with her and Keely, she's going to fade.
Mm-hmm.
And because she did legitimately love Keely, and with him gone, with elves, when your love is gone, unless you have nothing else tying you to life, you basically fade away.
Yeah.
The only reason Elrond was able to survive after his wife was basically tortured and whatever else by orcs, she didn't die. She sailed to Valinor so that she had a chance at peace
Mm-hmm.
and to heal. But he stayed behind in order to raise their children. And I mean, this is also a guy who lost his parents at a very, very young age because of the war with Sauron. Elendil decided to save the world basically by taking the Silmaril and going off to try and get help from Valinor. And when he didn't return, his wife, Elrond's mother, jumped into the sea to go after him. And they are both, like, they're confined to not only never exist on Middle Earth again. His mom is confined to Valinor. Yeah, she's confined to Valinor. She's only allowed to see her husband one day a year as a bird, and he's stuck in the sky as a star. And on top of that, he lost his brother to immortality because of what their parents did. Valinor was so impressed by it that they gave the descendants of Beren and Luthien the choice whether or not to be immortal or mortal, because they have completely different fates. Every elf that dies gets taken to the halls of Mandos and then basically reborn in Valinor. But men, they go to the halls of Mandos and then they get to live with Eru Ilúvatar. Even the Valar don't get to do that. That is the gift of man. That is the gift of mortality. And so, like, Elrond lost so many people in his life, and then he loses his wife. He sticks around. Like, it's amazing he doesn't fade, but he doesn't because he needs to raise their children. He doesn't want what happened to him and his brother to happen to them.
Mm-hmm. Elrond's like the calm badass. Like, he's such a cool character, but he's not the guy. He does wield the sword every now and then, but he is the guy who's like he's the thinker, he's the healer, he's the planner, and he does what he does in order to ensure that other people don't suffer, at least as best as he can.
Yeah, and he will take up the sword if he has to, but it's basically a last resort for him.
Yeah, Elrond. He's such a cool character, and I get. And again, another point in adaptation. I get why they had Hugo Weaving play him as more irate in the movies because like it's his daughter on the line. So there's oh no, internet, what have you done?
Yeah, I was just gonna say
Okay.
you really glitched out there.
No. Okay. All right. So coming back to it. Sorry guys. So coming back to it. And hopefully my internet does not screw me over again like that. I get why they had Hugo Weaving play Elrond as a more grouchy, irate character because he wonders what hope is there in men. He was there when his Isildur succumbed to the ring. His daughter's fate in life is on the line, and all these other details. And so that would make a person irate, angry, short-tempered, and he pulls it off well. It's not ridiculous. But Elrond in the books is way more like that steady rock that you can rely on. And I just recently reread part of the Council of Elrond, and he's just such he's a guy that I could imagine myself just hanging around him for like days and never getting bored, just like listening to him and just learning from him would just be incredible.
I think they did a better job of showing that side of him, that book side of him in The Hobbit than they did in Lord of the Rings. In Lord of the Rings, they really focused on him being an overprotective father and, doubting Aragorn and the race of men. But they gave him that playful side that elves are actually more known for in the books, in the Hobbit movies. Like you can see, like he's always got like some kind of a smirk. He's a little more relaxed and like, yeah, sure, it's not as dire consequent or dire stuff going on at those times. But even when they go to Dol Guldur and they're fighting off the wraiths and the orcs and the necromancer and everything, like he's that's the tough side of him coming out like, yep, I'm gonna fight because that's what we have to do and it's the only option left. But before that, every time you see him, he's just kind of like this playful guy, but he's also at the same time logical, reasonable. The way he talks to Thorin, he's like, you know what, like I don't think this is a good idea and I'm gonna try and prevent you from doing whatever the heck you're trying to do, but I will help you because I know you need to know.
Mm-hmm. So I think with that, like, let's shift. I want to shift on over to Éowyn.
Yeah, because we keep getting off topic with Tauriel here.
I know.
I think we've pretty much said all we can say about Tauriel.
Yeah. But man, getting the getting into that lore is just oof.
Oh, you could spend forever diving into the lore.
Yes, absolutely. Now then, so Éowyn. So we want to bring up some strengths and some weaknesses, and then talk about how she's portrayed in the movies. And later on, I definitely once we've covered the other two characters, how Galadriel was botched and what was done with Hera. I do want to come back to Éowyn because Éowyn is one of the big characters that Tolkien really gave a lot of character to, a very strong character arc within the books, and that deserves to be talked about more because a lot of people, when they talk about Éowyn, really just, even people who've read the books, focus more on what is shown of her in the movies than what is actually said of her in the book, which is a big deal. So we will come around to that. But Éowyn, for her strengths, and I think this, and as we'll see, this is probably one of the reasons why more people remember Éowyn than any other female character, and not just because she's on the screen a whole lot. But Éowyn in terms of her strengths, she is very loyal. to king and to country. She is very loving. She loves her family. This is very evident. She is a good writer. She is good with the sword. She's very cognizant of the things that are happening around her and her people. She is a good leader of the women and children. She doesn't just let them fend for themselves. She can be compassionate, and yeah, there you have it. Like the in terms of what a lot of men are looking for when they're all like, I want a strong woman. Hey guys, this is your strong woman right here, Eowyn. What did you say, Katie? Is anything to add to that list?
Pretty sure you got everything there. I'd also say she's a dreamer. Especially because she dreams of something more for herself than what she has. Like she dreams of honor and valor, and especially valor in death. She wants to prove herself alongside the men, not above them or anything like that. She doesn't want to be better than them. She just wants to be one of them, like one of the soldiers, especially.
Mm-hmm.
She just wants to do what she can to help her country. And with the position that she's constantly forced into, that's why she doesn't really like being relegated to helping the women or doing stuff in the background. She doesn't see that as being helpful in the way that she knows that she can be. So she's afraid to embrace her own strength and put it into action. But at the same time, she actually knows that she has that strength. She just doesn't know how to use it until we get to Return of the King, when she basically feels like she's losing everything, and this is her one and only last chance to make something of herself. And if everyone's going to die, well, goddamn, I'm going to die along with them.
Yep. Yep. And I'm going to throw this in here as kind of a little bit of a snide remark, but I do like this, that this is in the movies. She's horrible at making soup.
Yes. What a horrible, horrible flaw.
That's a horrible flaw. Hey, Gimli knows what's coming, and he's wise enough to say that he can't eat another bite. Aragorn is the poor man. Huh?
Dwarves will pretty much, they're like hobbits. They'll pretty much eat anything. But if you get a close-up look of that soup, you can tell she didn't cook the meat before throwing it in that stew. So it's like, yeah, salmonella poisoning is a real bitch.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I mean, having a little bit of fat in a stew, some fat in stew can be really good, but like Aragorn's got like chunks of gritzel and just wads of fat. That's not a potato that he's about to put in his mouth.
But I think it just goes to show that she was just not exactly sheltered, but she definitely came from a more a higher position where she didn't actually have to do any of that stuff. She was in charge of it, but she knows nothing about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Difference between being the person who sets the menu as opposed to the one who has to cook the menu.
Yes.
Yeah. So you do have that. And I like that the movie adds that because it provides a bit of levity. It provides a great chance for her and Aragorn to have a real conversation, which sets up that love triangle. Everyone's interested. Of course he's loving Arwen. And so you can just kind of see the awkwardness and the tragedy of that one-sided romance. And so that I really do like the inclusion of that scene. I think another weakness, and this is done way better in the book, is that Eowyn tends to be very fatalistic. When things aren't going the way that she would hope or the way that she wants, she does fall apart a little bit, sees things way too dark. And granted, she's been alone with an ailing uncle while her brother has in the movie he's been banished. In the book he's imprisoned. Theodred, her beloved cousin, has just been murdered, which has brought about an end to Theoden's direct line, which is a really big deal. And the country is under siege by Saruman. And so there's so much going wrong. And because she's not allowed to be with the men fighting for her kingdom and her people, earning her valor, that's so incredibly frustrating. And so she just falls apart. So that sense of fatalism is right there, which kind of leads her then to, well, if everything is going to hell in a handbasket, I might as well ride into battle and seek glorious death alongside my king. And also, Aragorn, like there's a moment where she was paying more attention. She should realize that Aragorn is kind of trying to let her down gently before the meeting at Dunharrow, where she's like, "Ooh, that gem, who's the one who gave it to you?" And he makes a reference to Arwen. He doesn't tell her the story, but it's very clear. I'm in love with an elf. That's a big deal. And I am more interested in right now helping out your king, helping out your people. Éowyn, maybe think about other things than me. And then when it becomes very clear that she wants to be there with him, she's going to pursue these feelings. She's not taking the hints. And he then has to say, it's only but a shadow and a dream that you love. Basically, I can't be that man. You're not in love with me. You're in love with an idea of me, and I can't be that person. And I don't love you. And in the book, it's a little bit better, where he's like, I've always ever wished you happiness, but your happiness is not with me. And then how does Éowyn react to that? Oh, I guess I'm going to die now.
Yeah, I've got no hope for anything else. Everyone's going to die, so I'll do that too. I think also what had happened with Aragorn telling her just like a little bit about Arwen. Yes, he was trying to let her down gently, but what she might have seen is, okay, he loves someone else, but she's leaving. And this guy is noble, he's strong, he's kind, and maybe he doesn't love me, but he clearly cares for me in some capacity. Maybe it could someday grow into love. And if everything goes to hell, but some of us survive, maybe like we could have something so that we could bring Gondor and Rohan together. She could be in like that. She's in denial.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, this would be the logical course for both of us if we were to survive. His love is gone. I love him. He's a good man. We could have something and do good for both of our people. But and that's why I think she's so heartbroken when at Dunharrow, he outright tells her that, yeah, no, this isn't going to happen. Even that tiny bit of hope that she had maintained when everything else is going to hell is gone.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is heartbreaking, and you can see where she's coming from.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's just like, you shouldn't have put all your bets on that lady. Like, you shouldn't have expected him to understand it in the same way you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think on some level, we can all kind of relate to that.
Yeah.
We know if something's not good or something's not going to work out, but we have that one sliver of hope that just keeps us going. And that's kind of what she represents. And then when that last hope is gone, like you said, she just falls apart and goes, okay, fine, I'll die. And maybe, get something good out of it in the end.
Which in a way she's not wrong, because she finds the real strength within her. She's the one who fulfills the prophecy about the downfall of the Witch King. Mm-hmm. And she finds a man that she can love, who's Faramir. The thing is that that's covered way better in the book than it is in
so much better. It kind of comes out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of comes out of nowhere. It's a total tone change from what's currently going on. but at least it's fleshed out in the book. Whereas in the movies, unless like if you see the theatrical version only, it's like, okay, she's in love with Aragorn. He says no. She goes and almost gets herself killed. And yeah, she does this really cool thing. And then at the end of the movie, she's got this, loving look in her eye, the shy smile right next to Faramir. They're standing close enough together that you can definitely tell that they are together in some sort of way. And this is at Aragorn's coronation. If you see the extended edition, they give you just a little bit more that they met in the Houses of Healing, and but it's still kind of just like shoved in there. They meet eyes across the room. Next time we see them together, they're canoodling on the balcony, looking over the darkness of Mordor, worrying about what's going to happen. And then I can't remember. Do they kiss, or do they just hug?
I don't think they kiss in the book. They definitely don't. They don't kiss in the movie.
No, but they definitely like kind of snuggle a little bit in the extended edition, and it's just like, okay, so okay, that fleshed it out a little bit. That's great. We got to see them coming together, and then it makes sense why they're standing so close and sharing looks at the coronation. But you still don't understand what happened there, because in the timeline of the movies, this has been going on for only like a day, couple days maybe, because Mordor is very close to Gondor. You can be forgiven for believing that when the last group of men from Rohan and Gondor go out to meet Sauron's armies at the Black Gate, maybe only took them a day. It actually takes them quite a while in the books, giving plenty of time for Faramir and Éowyn to actually connect. And clearly she's got a type. In the movies, it's definitely like, oh, okay, it didn't work out with Aragorn. I'm going to go with the next best thing, Faramir. Because they are very similar in a lot of ways. But in the books, yeah, it fleshes it out way, way better. Makes a lot more sense. Again, tonal shift in the books. It kind of comes out of nowhere, but at least it's addressed.
Yeah. And because I was actually as you were giving that detail, I was like, wait a second, House of Healing, because in the book I was like, oh yeah, House of Healing, and then quickly flipping through it, that the chapter the House of Healing comes way earlier, and I forgot how long it is that you actually in the book have that relationship between Faramir and Éowyn, not just simply in terms of days, but also actually within the book itself, page wise.
Yeah, it's not like it's all thrown in there like an exposition dump or something like that. It is spread out a little bit more, or at least you get pieces of it somewhat earlier. And I mean, time constraints with the movie and yada yada, totally get it. But at the same time, it's like, unless you know, you don't know.
Yeah. And that's something that within the movie makes people conflagrate Éowyn's character arc more with the movie than actually what's in the book. And within the movie, it basically ends with her defeating the Witch King and being recognized by her uncle. The thing is that her uncle had at this point always recognized her and loved her. It's that for her, the completion of her character arc in terms of action is that she has proven herself to herself and has done this great deed. In the book, and I guess I might as well already bring this up since we've gotten so far into it. In the book, her character goes on this journey of dealing with survivor's guilt, with depression. She's been healed. She's been healed in her body from the Black Touch, and she won't die. But the healers are all like, we don't know what's wrong with her. She's gray, she's withering, she's not doing well. And Faramir, who's there in the House of Healing, is like, well, I want to spend some time talking to her. And so he talks to her, gets to know her, coaxes out some details from her, and one of the things that you just gotta love about Faramir in the books is how much respect he has for other people. and that he recognizes that you can't speak down to Eowyn. No sense, like there's no patronizing. There's no oh, you poor thing, you, everything's going to be better. He actually tells her, I have no pity for you. Which is like,
But he doesn't
whoa,
do it in a condescending way either. Like,
no.
well, maybe you shouldn't have been here. Like, this wouldn't have happened. Blah blah blah. He doesn't do that either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what he's saying is like, I want to see you whole, and he's like, I'm wounded as well, and you've lost family, I've lost family. Let's let's work together. Let's do our best to heal each other, and he just brings positivity and patience, which is something that she greatly needs, because depression, survivor's guilt, which you can see it. Tolkien, as someone who survived World War I when two of his best friends did not, and he saw the horrors of war in a way that so many people just can't identify with these days, which is a great thing for many people. No one should have to go through that. But if you want to understand Tolkien, you kind of have to understand what he lived through, and he put that into Eowyn. You can see that even though she's been healed in the body, she has not yet been healed in the mind, which I might just get a little bit emotional bringing this up. This is something that he also does with Frodo.
Yes,
And it's so
I was just about to say
beautiful.
that.
Yeah,
he splits that feeling between Eowyn and Frodo. Frodo is the one who never quite heals from that traumatic event, whereas Eowyn, I wouldn't say she's healed completely, but she learns to find life anew after.
Mm-hmm. And I love when she finally finds that healing for herself. She declares to Faramir how she no longer wishes to be a warrior, even though she is a warrior. She's like, I wish to find healing. I wish to help other people. Well, I don't want to just be by the fire singing songs of slaughter. Or I want to find those ways of helping and healing others, of helping others in ways that don't require me to use a sword anymore. She's been there, she's done that, and realizes it's not all glory and valor, which is such a mature response. And that's something that only someone like Tolkien, or a veteran of combat, can write and pull off. And you see that in Eowyn, which is just so beautiful, and it makes Frodo's adventure all the more heartbreaking, because you want him to be happy. You want him to be happy in the Shire. And you've seen that Eowyn can find happiness with Faramir. And maybe this is where like the shipping comes in. What if Frodo just found someone to love? But that's not the key. And it's not even that Faramir loves Eowyn, that's what heals her. It's a combination of many things.
Mm-hmm.
And for Frodo, that's just not there. And so the only way that he can be healed is that he has to go to Valinor.
Yeah. And I mean, you also need to consider too that in the books, both of them are very young. Eowyn's only like 23 years old. So she still has a little bit of that immaturity, that impulsiveness that comes with being young, but very clearly is a mature adult. And that's where that when she learns that maybe she doesn't have to be a warrior anymore, it's her maturity finally winning out against that wishful child that she was holding on to. The one who wanted valor and glory and death in battle like everybody else, even though she was relegated to being the caretaker. When she finally goes through that traumatic event, she realizes, you know what? Maybe being the caretaker isn't such a bad thing. I got my chance at it. I did what I had to do. I did amazing things, and now I can let it go. And then there's Frodo, who, when he gets the ring from Bilbo, he basically just reached the age of maturity for hobbits. Yeah, he's 55 years old, but that is the age of maturity for hobbits. When he goes on his adventure, he's basically younger than Eowyn in many senses.
Yep.
He's still, and I mean, being sequestered in the Shire as he has all of his life, he has no idea how to deal with all these harrowing events, all this darkness, and it hits him a lot harder. And that reflects a lot of soldiers that went to war in World War One, World War Two, Vietnam, all that stuff, because it was the young who fought. Well, the old guys, the generals, kind of held back and dictated and made orders. And yeah, they've
Mhm.
been through their own traumatic events too, but a lot of the men that didn't come back were like fresh out of school. Some even lied on their enlistment forms so that they could go fight before they became an adult because they wanted to do their part. They wanted to fight for their country and get that glory. And it wasn't until they got there that they realized, well, crap, maybe I shouldn't have done that because this is not glorious. Battle
Yeah.
is not the what we see in the stories. It's not some glorious thing. It is hell. And that's what
Mhm.
Tolkien was trying to show us through these characters.
Yeah. And if you want a good representation of hell in battle, it's the Siege of Minas Tirith.
Mhm.
The movie dulled it down. And like
Oh
there's
yeah.
some like the when the extended edition had the part with the heads being launched over the wall. I remember that I watched that with my family, and everyone who hadn't read the book was like, "Oh," they're like that's too far. I'm like, "Oh, that's not even half of it. It's
Nope.
way
It
more
was an
gruesome."
intimidation. It was a purposeful intimidation tactic, um, decreed by Sauron, by Angmar, and by Gothmog. They knew what it would do to break the spirit of the enemy. They didn't want to just destroy them and get rid of them. They wanted to destroy their spirits.
Hmm.
And it was easier to break the body when the spirit's already broken.
Yeah. Oh, and it's just it's so haunting in the
Mhm.
books, and then the battlefield is just it's horrifying how the orcs dig these trenches around the city, light them on fire so that way they can't send out sorties, and then they have like special siege engines of fantastic machinery that, again, if you know what you're looking for, Tolkien never says this is a tank, but they're basically using medieval variations of tanks with these armored contraptions that rumble through the trenches because they're like, yeah, nothing can make it through that. And then they're like, wait, what? As these things just rumble through and then start opening up, belching fire, throwing up the siege towers. And then you have Grond being dragged right up to the gate, which in the book, like in the movie, it's they hammer away like all day and then the gate finally crashes open. In the book, it's the hammer comes and it strikes and the entire battlefield falls silent as magic shakes the entire city. And by the third strike, it obliterates the gates. The gates aren't even there anymore. And then the Witch King rides on in, full terror, infests the city, and everyone flees except for Gandalf. And the Witch King and the Maiar wizard are about to have their epic duel, and that's when Rohan shows up, and it's just reading it, you're just so enthralled by just how dark and awful and hopeless everything is, which makes when Theoden shows up and you have that ride in the movie, it's so moving, it's so beautiful. In
Oh,
the
it gives me
book,
shivers. Every time I've watched the movies, I don't know how many times. I've lost count, but every time that part comes up, I you hear that horn for the first time and you just get the full body shivery tingles.
Mhm. Kitty? Have you seen the There's an amazing edit of someone who took audio of Tolkien reading that excerpt from the book, putting it to the music and the scene from the movie.
I have not, but I want to.
Oh my gosh, I'll just share it with you. It is it gives like you get chills watching that scene. Like hearing Tolkien read it and he gets into character. He shouts Theoden's lines. And you're just
Oh,
like, oh my gosh. Oh,
oh, that just sounds amazing.
and I love, and it's amazing because the movie nailed the way that Tolkien wanted it to be captured.
Yes.
And so if you have that scene in mind while you're reading the book, it's come together so beautifully. It's the moment of hope when everything else has been absolutely lost.
And it's not even the first or the only one. It's the first one in the Battle of Pelennor Fields. The second one comes from Éomer's point of view. Um, I believe Theoden um, had already died by then. So Éomer on the field of battle was basically named king, and then facing off the seemingly unending hordes of Easterlings and the Oliphaunts, all of that. He's losing hope, and he's pretty dang sure that they are all going to die on that battlefield that day. And then it gets exponentially worse when they look over to the river and they see the black ships.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, we are already overwhelmed. How are we going to take another wave of this? We can't. But you know what? That's actually when the whole the death, like, Theoden does say that to rouse the troops before their first charge, but that is originally in the book said by Éomer when they are regrouping after the black ships show up. He
Mm-hmm.
just goes, you know what, if we're gonna die, let's go down swinging. And he screams death, he rallies the troops, and then right after that, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, and the Grey Company hop off the ships, and they're just like, "Oh no, effing way!" Just like the quick heel turn to "We are gonna die" to "Holy crap, we might actually win this," because now Aragorn's here, and he brought a lot of dudes. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and that is exactly what happens. I mean, in the movies, Aragorn and them show up with the army of the dead, but the army of the dead actually didn't go to Pelennor Fields. I didn't think.
No, they don't, because
No, they wipe
they
out the ships.
refuse. Yeah, they take the ships because they refuse. And
Yeah,
Aragorn's all like, "Yeah, I'm not going to push my luck."
yeah. They help out with the ships, and they don't want to go to Pelennor Fields. And even though, yeah, they'd be extremely helpful, um, Aragorn recognizes that, yeah, he can only push them so far, and technically they did fulfill their oath by taking out an entire fleet. Because there was
Mm-hmm.
so many ships filled with probably at least 100 men each. I want to say more like 200. And the dead take them out in the blink of an eye, pretty much,
Yeah.
leaving the boats free to be taken by Aragorn and the Grey Company. And so, yeah, like, he goes, okay, sure, yeah, you did fulfill your oath, and you did, you made the battle to come a lot easier. We can handle it from here. He releases them from
Mm-hmm.
their curse, and he shows up, and unfortunately in the movie it's kind of like a deus ex machina, like, oh, everybody's dying and we're not going to survive this. Oh, we've got an army of dead people, just literally all they have to do is touch someone and they die.
Mm-hmm.
um so unfortunately that whole heel turn is lost in the movies. It is epic and I absolutely love it, don't get me wrong, like watching a whole wave of the dead just swarm up onto an oliphant and take it down.
Yeah.
It always makes me laugh, and I give a little cheer and everything. But in a storytelling perspective, it's like, okay, well then, why didn't they just do that from the beginning of the
Mm-hmm.
battle? Because it's like, oh, the only reason they live is because of the army of the dead, and it's just like, no, the army of the dead helped. Tolkien at least recognized that it would have been too easy. It doesn't make for a good story if you just have someone show up and save everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So he had them help and then refused to do any more. And it
Well,
shows Aragorn's commitment to holding up his end of the promise and going, okay, yeah, you helped. You you might not be doing as much as you could and as much as I'd like, but it's still more than what you were doing before. Therefore, your oath is fulfilled and you guys can go to rest now.
Mm-hmm. And it's something similar actually, like with the Ents, because the Ents are just amazing.
Oh my
And with
god, when they take Isengard. Oh,
yeah,
and that song in the background, perfect.
oh
Absolutely perfect.
yeah, oh, it's such a great scene. And in the books, it's like in the books, I argue it's even more epic because like they come in, they thrash Isengard, and then all of the Ents are beating up on Orthanc, and then they're like, oh crap, this thing isn't coming down. Flood the place. And so they leave, and Merry and Pippin are like, what are they going to do? And then, like, the next day, Isengard gets flooded because they didn't just break a dam, they diverted an entire river, one of the biggest rivers in Middle Earth, in a day. And it's just like, what the heck? Woo! And then the horns, or however you're supposed to pronounce them, they're either Hurons or horns. The trees that have become too Entish and the Ents who became too tree-ish, how they go and annihilate the rest of the Uruk-hai.
Yes.
Like you would think, okay, all we got to do is just bring this walking forest on over to Minas Tirith and everything will be all the better. But it goes against so many things. Like Fangorn or Treebeard was able to rouse his people to fight against Isengard because they had a very good reason to do so. However, even though the Ents are these guys can take out entire kingdoms, and they did in the first age.
Mm-hmm.
The Sauron has his ways of being able to deal with these guys if absolutely necessary. Because, and that's something that's not shown in the movies, but is in the books, Sauron still has amazing resources left to throw at the West. Like, he hasn't even thrown his biggest army at them yet.
Nope.
And so it's like, okay, sure, you've got your Ents and your trees. I raise you 70,000 soldiers, easy. And I'm not even sending my biggest or best things yet.
I honestly, I would not be surprised if he had like another Balrog or two hidden somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because
And
like we never knew what happened to all of them. Yeah, a lot of them died during the Battle of the Last Alliance. And we knew that there was the one in Moria, but we never really figured out what happened to the rest because a lot of Maya defected to go follow Morgoth and Sauron.
mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
it's never really explained how many there were and what happened to all of them. So very possibly there could have been more Balrogs. There could have been more stuff because like Sauron had a physical body by the point of
Mm-hmm.
Lord of the Rings. He just never left his tower because he was the strategist. He wasn't
Yeah.
really a fighter. He was never known to be a fighter, actually, from the very beginning. He was a manipulator. He got people to do the fighting for him. And the few
Mhm.
times that he was actually forced to fight, he did not do a very good job.
Yeah, like when Han rips away his body, which is a
Yep.
great story from the Silmarillion.
And you got to consider his hubris too. He was so confident in himself, especially in when he declared himself the what was it? When Baron and Luthien went, or well, when
Oh,
Luthien went to go save Baron with
Baron.
Han.
Yeah, and he makes himself the biggest werewolf.
Yeah, because of the prophecy that said that Han could only be defeated by the biggest, baddest werewolf, the king of the werewolves. And he thought, I could shapeshift. I could be the biggest, baddest werewolf there ever was. So I'm going to go kill this thing. And Han tears him apart, and he is forced to turn himself into a vampire, the one and only vampire that we really have in canon, and fly off to go lick his wounds.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so Sauron doesn't have a great track record when he has to come out and fight himself. But as you said, like he's a manipulator and he collects all of these other forces. And we know also again in the books that Dol Guldur gets roused again with all kinds of nightmares and horrors. Legolas even says this in the Fellowship of the Ring. And so it would it would have been something if he had been able to bring out all of the undead werewolves. Who knows if he could have created his own legion of vampires? It's technically canonically possible, given what Tolkien gave to us. And like, imagine that. These are beings that are almost never seen outside of the First Age, and men who don't have amazing elves right out of Valinor there helping them, or the dwarves of what was the kingdom again with the crazy masks?
Oh, it wasn't the Iron Hills, was it?
No, it wasn't the Iron Hills. They were from Beleriand. Oh crud!
Was it? No, oh, it
There-
it was the one that was abandoned. It was after Nargothrond fell, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was after Nargothrond fell. Because like those dwarves are like that put on the masks that are so scary that no one wants to fight them. Like
Yeah.
those are the guys that went up against Glorong and fought him face to face. So it's like, if you don't have those kinds of dwarves at your back, and if you don't have elves right out of Valinor with all that crazy power there to help you on out, if you're just men and you're then told you have to fight against werewolves, undead, vampires, and who knows what else, Balrogs maybe even,
Maybe even new dragons.
Maybe
It was
even new
even alluded to that Sauron
Mhm.
was playing around with doing the same thing that Morgoth had done and creating, or more like uh changing life, because the one thing that Morgoth was never able to do is create life. He could only corrupt it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why every Balrog is a Maiar, a lesser Maiar, but still a Maiar. And they were like beholden to him. They were sworn to him, so they literally couldn't really deny him.
Mm-hmm.
And Sauron, with Morgoth being in the void, Sauron was basically the next best thing. And he was also a master craftsman. He had learned under Aule himself, just like Saruman had, just like Galadriel. And so he had incredible power. I would not put it past him that if he had more time, he would have been able to create more dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah.
something much, much worse even.
Like, he had made the Fell Beasts. The Fell Beasts were his creation.
Yeah, it was the closest thing that he could get to making dragons again. But that doesn't mean that if he didn't have time, he could have perfected it and made something much worse than even Encalagon.
Mm-hmm. And he was making who knows what else, because for instance, the black horses that the Nazgul ride are strange breeds that no one has actually ever seen before.
But they were bred from horses stolen from the men of Rohan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is, that's sad. That's so sad and creepy to consider. And he also had the Olag High.
Yes.
Which the Olag High are very, like, the Olag High are never named in the movies. It's alluded to that the trolls that enter Minas Tirith are Olag High, and the one that Aragorn fights. But in the book, you're introduced to them, and you're like, oh, that's really messed up. especially. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, especially when like, if you've been paying attention to how orcs and like how the Uruk-hai are made, they're not made, they're bred. And it's the same with the Olag High. So it's like, oh, who is the poor unfortunate soul?
Yeah, no kidding. And especially when you consider that it's never outright said. It's more of one of those like circumstantial assumptions that trolls and all that were created in order to combat the Ents.
Mm-hmm.
It was Morgoth's attempt at culling the Ents. And in many ways, they succeeded by getting rid of the Entwives.
Yep. Okay. Rings of little quick moment right here. Rings of Power using the Entwives just made my blood boil a little bit. It's like, oh, no. Yes, technically the Entwives could have been around in the Second Age, but no.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
I think what pisses, because I haven't seen Rings of Power. I've only watched like reviews and breakdowns and all that stuff. What I find that one of the main things that piss me off, like there's a lot of things that piss me off that they get wrong in the lore or downright like just destroy it. Um, the whole thing between Elrond and Galadriel, that's his mother-in-law. He's married to the daughter of Celeborn and Galadriel. Her name is Celebrimbor. Or not
Not
Celebrimbor.
Celebrian.
Celebrian. Um, like at that point, they should already, if not be married, be together
Mm-hmm.
and having their kids. And it's like, no. And like Celebrian was there when the Entwives fell. She was in their garden. And that was one of the main reasons why she had to get the heck out of there. She was traumatized heavily and taken by some of Sauron's worst after the burning of can't remember the exact name of the garden, but it was in Forodwaith. And so like the fact that they have Entwives, it's like, okay, not very believable, but you could be, forgiven for like maybe a few surviving. But just the fact that it basically knocks the whole, Celebrian was supposed to be there too, which means that Celebrian is alive, which means that Celebrian at this point is more than likely married to Elrond, but yet she's nowhere to be found. Celeborn is nowhere to be found. He's actually like dead or something, supposedly. But how is he supposed to be dead when he shows up in the Fellowship of the Ring? And it's like, and then you're macking on what is supposed to be your mother-in-law. It's like, why? It's just another problem of forced shipping. Just because you want two characters to be together does not mean that they should be.
Yeah. Oh boy. You know what? Let's take this as an opportunity to bring up
No, don't show me. I'm seeing the kiss right now. No, I don't want to see it. It's just disturbing.
Oh, it is. It's so bad. Oh, yeah. Okay. So real quick. So strengths and weaknesses. I'm actually going to do the same thing for Galadriel in the Rings of Power, as opposed to the Galadriel who's in the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings Galadriel is a paragon, meaning she's the best of the best. She is someone who has proven herself, who proves herself by rejecting the temptation of the One Ring, that she has atoned for all of the horrible choices that she made in the First Age, which if you're going to write a headstrong, brash Galadriel, this should have been a First Age story. In any case, this is obviously not the Galadriel that we all rightfully know and love. The Galadriel of Rings of Power. So she does have some strengths. She's great at horseback riding. She can kill. She can kill ridiculously with a sword. She knows her geography. She knows her history. And that's it. She has no other strengths beyond that. Here's the thing, and this is where it gets really frustrating, because she actually has more flaws than any of the other heroines presented thus far. She has no sense of charisma. She is a horrible tactician. She's a bad teacher. She has no charisma whatsoever. deliberately goes out of her way to take people off. She is hell-bent on revenge. She is disloyal to everyone. She's an oath breaker. And let's see here. What other fantastic things? She's blind to sense and to reason. She puts down her own husband, which is kind of like, okay. So you actually, like, when she's like, I loved Celeborn, she's like, I'm not getting any of that. There's no sense of love coming from you for him in any kind of way that I can see. She's a manipulator in all of the worst ways, because she's the one who basically makes Sauron evil again in the series. And she pretends to be a diplomat when she's not. She's a horrible diplomat. So Galadriel from the Rings of Power has a ton of weaknesses, which, if you acknowledge those weaknesses and had those be things that held her back, qualities that she has to overcome, showing us how she becomes the great woman, the great leader, the paragon in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, then you actually would have a very interesting character arc for Galadriel to undergo. The thing is that in the story, all of these shortcomings, and Galadriel has so many of them, the story bends over backwards and ties itself into knots to always make her right. Oh, she always knew what was going on. She's incorruptible. My foot. She is absolutely corruptible to the rings. She makes so many bad choices, and always the story and the characters in the story are like, oh no, you made the right choice. You always know what's right, Galadriel. Everyone loves her inexplicably, even though, again, she has no charisma, she has no ability to actually communicate. She's horrible diplomatically, and yet everyone who needs to love her loves her when they need to. Armies will follow her when they need to. Kingdoms will do whatever she needs them to do when she needs them. She's a Mary Sue, because the story destroys itself in order to accommodate her, and thereby tears away any opportunity for her to have a character arc to address her many flaws.
And all of that is just a complete opposite of how she was written in not just the Lord of the Rings books, but the Silmarillion, her history. The reason why she had to prove herself to be able to return to Valinor is because she was proud. And it seems like they focused on that completely, and kind of fell into the trap of, oh, because she's prideful, it must mean that she's kind of a jerk. Like, she's a jerk to pretty much everyone around her.
Yeah.
And it's like, just because you have pride doesn't mean you have to be a dick.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they just focused on that. She has too much pride, and it's just like, yes, she had too much pride. She was power hungry, but not in the way that she would do anything to get it. That's why she was there for so long. The whole point of Galadriel is she had too much pride to return home after she left with Feanor and the other Noldor, because she felt guilty for how the whole thing went down. She did not take part in the kinslaying, but she was technically a part of allied with that group who did do it. And even after all that went down, like, those were her family. Some of her family members died in that fight. She wasn't there for it,
Mm-hmm.
but she was still, in a way, a part of what happened. And she feels guilty about that. And she wants to not only create her own kingdom, per se, on Middle Earth, so that she could, redeem herself. It wasn't just about that she wanted to rule someplace just for the sake of being a ruler. She wanted to rule someplace so that she could impart her wisdom, and she was known as wise, even in Valinor.
And
That's
perceptive,
why,
because she was one of the few people who perceived the darkness in Feanor.
yes, exactly. That's why she wouldn't give him the one strand of her hair that he asked for before he made the Silmarils. He wanted to preserve her beauty in some sort of way and asked for one hair, and she knew that with his darkness, it could only lead to badness. So she said no. And that's why it's such a big deal when she gives 3 hairs to Gimli. And, but she still wanted that. Even after the Kingslaying happened, she still wanted to rule and impart her wisdom. And so she helps out quite a bit in the First Age. It doesn't say a whole lot about what she did, but she did help out a lot more. And then she spends basically the entire Second Age learning to be more humble through Melian the Maya. Melian the Maya was her mentor in pretty much every sense of the word. There are only 2 people on Middle Earth who ever knew how to make lembas bread the way that it's presented to us in the Fellowship, because it is a secret of the Maiar. And she learned it from Melian the Maya. She learned her how to not control, but how to use her magic in a way that was helpful. Not to rule, not to control people, but to help them or help them help themselves. And that's why it's such a tragedy when Melian and Thengel die. It's just, and it's over something so stupid. And I really think that's pretty much like the beginning of that animosity between dwarves and elves, because of how that whole thing went down, which I don't want to get too much into because I will go on a crazy long tangent about it. But she learned under Melian, who is the mother of Luthien, how to do all these things. And then that's why, like, giving the Fellowship the lembas bread is such a big deal, because it was made by Galadriel's own hands. She is the only one left at that point on Middle Earth who knows how to make lembas bread. And she knew how important, how imperative it was that they have them. And so yeah, like basically all of Middle Earth, or all of the Second Age, it's Galadriel learning that she doesn't really have to rule. She could if she wants to, but she doesn't have to. And that's when she meets Celeborn. That's when she has Celebrian, and then she's actually like going all over the place in the Second Age, basically helping out where she could, learning from other races, other people, making connections, making friends, not ordering them around and saying, I need to do this because of blah blah blah. Like, she should not be in the Rings of Power at all, because she is totally removed from everything that's going on, except for one. Celebrimbor figures out what's Anatar / Sauron is up to, and because he's in love with her, goes and gives her the 3 elven rings to protect, because he knows that she's the only one who could. Or he thinks she's the only one who could. And so the fact that she's so involved in everything that's going on in the Rings of Power is just, it's an insult to the lore. Because at this point, she's kind of getting ready to establish Lothlorien, which, very much like Mirkwood, is a collection of elves, the Noldor, some of the few Noldor who had followed her, some of the more, some of those that were left over from Nargothrond after Thengel and Melian died, as well as some of the more native Avari descendants. So that's what, and like, she uses her power to protect Lothlorien and teach these people to, work with each other and preserve the beauty of the land. But she will step up and do what she needs to if she has to. That's why she's got such a great, great army. Not really army. It's kind of more like a contingent of soldiers because there's not that many elves in Lothlorien. But they are good, really good warriors, and they defend their area around the Anduin and actually prevent a lot of orcs that had also been sent that way from reaching Rohan. So, I mean, the Battle of Helm's Deep could have been a lot worse.
Yep. Say, oh man, the show gets the lore wrong, and thereby gets the characters wrong on just so many levels. And while I know that Shade right here in the comments is making a joke, it's like, come on, guys, it's not very bad. I saw worse. One of the reasons why this show is just so hard to accept as a Tolkien fan, and even just one of the reasons why it's so hard to accept as a Tolkien fan is because this is clearly not the characters that Tolkien wrote, not in any kind of way. Even with The Hobbit being as stretched as it was, there's elements of the deeper lore that are competently incorporated. The characters in many ways stay true to themselves. In The Lord of the Rings, even though there's deviations from the canon and the plot and some of the character moments, and some of the dialogue gets swapped around from character to character, if you go and you read the books, you can immediately pick out there's Aragorn, there's Frodo, there's Gandalf, there's Gimli, there's Legolas, there's Merry, there's Pippin, there's Sam, there's Boromir, and it works just so well. And the deviations make sense given the constraints that a movie has to labor under. With a show that has so by the time that the season 2 has ended, this the show has actually had more runtime, more than double the runtime of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which means they have more time to world build, more time to develop characters and relationships, and it is so wrong. But then you rip that away and you talk about just the mechanical aspect of writing a story, and it's bad. It's lazy. It's nonsensical. It's plagued with Deus Ex Machina, Mary Sue's, a story that cannot take its own themes or atmosphere well. Characters teleport randomly. Characters have motivations that don't make any sense. The dialogue is awful. And it's so hard to watch. There's a reason why this show lost 85% of its audience.
Honestly, they spread themselves too thin. They saw how much time that they had, 4 seasons or 5 or whatever that they're allotted for, and they wanted to tell all these different stories at the same time while shoehorning in 2 characters that are barely even involved in the events that they're trying to talk about. Galadriel is a tertiary character. It would have been so much better if they hadn't had her involved at all and just had like a cameo appearance when Celebrimbor gave her the rings. And then there's Gandalf. For one, Gandalf did not fall from the sky.
No.
And he didn't even show up until the early years of the Third Age. He should not be there at all. And so, like, yeah, we know that these people, like Galadriel and Gandalf, those are 2 names that are big draws to bring in audience members. But it's just like, if you want to like be true to the canon in any sort of way, they should not be there. I don't care how much draw that their names have. Elrond is good enough. Elrond, and then give other characters time to shine. There's Elendil. There's Celebrimbor. There's
Glorfindel. Do the Adventures of Glorfindel.
I mean, like, these are names, a lot of them that casual viewers of the movies wouldn't know. But that's a perfect opportunity to make them known instead of just using the fan service of Gandalf and Galadriel. Everybody knows their names, even if they haven't seen the movies, because they're so prolific. And it's just like, I get it. I really get it. But if you want to make your mark, then you got to do something new as well. And the whole Hobbit thing, bringing in the hobbits, like, they don't have any bearing on the story at large. We honestly don't really know what's going on with the hobbits during the Second Age lore wise. Like, they get very, very,
Mhm.
very brief mentions. So, like, why create an entire history for them that you have no information for?
Yeah. And when they said we just had a hard time imagining a story without the hobbits, so what would you say about the Silmarillion with like the First Age? Oh man, the story of Beren and Luthien would be so epic if they had like two hobbits following them. It's like,
Yeah,
no.
it's like just because it's Lord of the Rings or Lord of the Rings adjacent does not mean that you have to have hobbits. We get it. We love hobbits. Everybody loves hobbits. They're freaking adorable. But they're not needed if they're not from the canon lore. They probably would have had a much easier time if they had been able to cut out the hobbits and give more time to the story of men and elves and dealing with Sauron, and just focused on, like, Numenor. Just
Mhm.
focused on the rings being made. Just that's all you needed, because those are the major points that happened in the Second Age.
Yeah. It's just there's so much wrong. This series in the future will be used as an example of all the things that one should not do. Not just an adaptation, but just storytelling in general, because it's so insanely just nonsensical bad. I don't get it. And I still intend. Mr. Frodo. It's such a heavy burden. I do intend to do a full rundown of the Siege of Eregion versus the Battle of Helm's Deep, just to show how uh, how how poorly these writers and creators have done, how they failed in so many ways, and also how it is that there are still people who are like, no, this is good, and they say it unironically, because these guys know at least just enough writing and just enough of how to craft scenes that are appealing and moments that are appealing, that if you were to completely turn off your brain and then maybe take some of that stupid sauce from the Amazing Digital Circus to boot, you would think that this is a masterpiece. But but once you start doing the full comparison, it just doesn't work. The only thing is this: is that doing this comparison, recording it's going to be over 2 hours long. I know this because I did a dry run of the of everything while on a drive across the state, and it took 2.5 hours. Oh
That's
boy,
dedication there.
that's dedication. I'm like, oh, I need to. Yeah, that's a lot of editing. That's a lot of recording and a lot of editing, but it needs to be done because while people like Critical Drinker and Shad from Shadiversity have had their own good takes and insights on this particular moment in the Rings of Power, the thing is that there's a whole lot more to it, a whole lot more that they got wrong, and even things that they actually got right. But then when they got it right, they immediately undermined themselves. And when it comes to writing big set piece battles, like, I love big battles. To me, one of the greatest openings in cinema is two of the best openings in cinema are the openings of Saving Private Ryan with the storming of the beaches, and then also the Revenge of the Sith with the incredible space battle.
Oh yeah, I got shivers the first time I watched that.
Oh wow!
Like, say what you want about the prequel movies, but they did have some good shots.
Mm-hmm. And just and while there are those people who are like, oh, the fighting is too chaotic, I'm like, excuse me, that is what battle is. And if you've got spaceships that are huge and can deliver massive punches with their lasers, yeah, you're going to have some real chaos and some real mess. Like, it actually is way smarter than I think some people give it credit for. And so I love big set piece battles. I myself love writing them. And I have learned through my successes and failures what makes a good large battle. And when watching the Siege of Oregion, like what the footage that's up right here, I can tell you all of the things that they actually do well and do right, which people don't give them credit for. But the problem is that none of those good things work because they screw it up. Just like with Galadriel, like if you get like their horrible version of Galadriel can work as a character if they gave her a character arc, if they actually had her pay for her horrible choices and suffer consequences for her horrible personality. But the story continues to destroy itself, twist itself into knots in order to make Galadriel and Mary Sue. Oh, it's just so frustrating.
Well, and I remember when I watched your reviews for it, one point you kept bringing up was anytime they did give her consequences, it was immediately turned around to not be really a consequence at all. She got like, it was just like a tiny moment, and then a big thing happened where, oh, actually, you were right. And it's just like, no, that is not how real life works. When you get consequences, those consequences are lasting.
Mm-hmm.
You don't pay that parking ticket, well, there's going to be consequences for that. You don't pay your phone bill, well, there's going to be consequences on the next month. You're going to have to pay double or more or overage fees or anything like that. And it's just like the fact that they just immediately take away her consequences to make it so that she's the number one, the toughest, the best immediately after, it's not rewarding as a viewer. It's just like, we don't like to see people fail, but at the same time we do, because then it shows us that this is just the way life is, and it's working. It's working back from the bottom. We love a good redemption story. And when you have someone fall, we want to see them work to get it back. And so when you have someone who falls and then immediately is uplifted again, it takes it all away. It's not satisfying whatsoever. We want to be devastated and then watch the hero rise. We don't want to be, oh, yeah, okay, they fail again. Oh, okay, yeah, no, everything's fine. Nobody even remembers that this thing happened. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this, like it. So let's say I actually give these writers the benefit of the doubt, which J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay by this point do not deserve. They've proven it. But let's say I do decide to give these writers the benefit of the doubt. One thing that I can definitely speak to is that it's sometimes very hard when there's a character that you love, that you're like, I don't actually want to see anything bad happen to them. And so you find ways of lessening the consequences of their actions, that you try to find some kind of way of making the story work for them, even though that's very clearly what shouldn't happen. And I remember when, again, this is diving back into my series, The Legend of the Ten Lords. My poor girl Jessica, I put that girl through so much, and some people are like, I have gotten feedback in the spirit of like, are you just like being really, really mean to this like, are you trying to like hurt someone? And the answer is no. Like, I actually, it hurts. It really does hurt to put Jessica through some of these instances of having to deal with being manipulated by a real scumbag. And not only that, but then coming to like recognize good qualities in him, even to a certain extent, liking him, not romantically, but like coming to appreciate this monster who is destroying her life, making her do things that are obviously not okay, and then being attacked by a guy who's just Gary's the absolute worst, who tries to take advantage of her in just disgusting, despicable ways, and then being forced to also relive some of her worst moments from her past. Like, I do a whole lot to her. And it would be so easy to, when in the third book, when she's finally rescued, to fall in love with the main character, Ben, and they kiss and things get better now. It's so tempting to do that and just jump now to the better parts. And one of the hardest things for me was to realize when I started writing the third book, I was like, she can't get together with him. That was originally my plan. And the guy is going to rescue the damsel in distress. He's going to get the girl, and it's going to be amazing. And then I realized, no, it's not. Because of what I've put this character through. And I want her to grow. I want her to be someone who understands darkness in a way that the other characters don't, which gives her an advantage in terms of magic and an insight into their enemy, and also opens up all these other possibilities, which are very important for later on. Spoilers, which I will not give here. And so if I wanted to make sure that she grows into the character that I want her to be, the character I know she needs to be, as well as build up to these other big moments in the story, I can't have her falling in love with Ben, kissing, making up, and then everything is going to be great. Which is awful then for a character like Ben, because Ben has been through so much to rescue the girl that he loves at this point. Like, this guy's been through hell and back. And he deserves this amazing hero moment. He gets his hero's moments, but he doesn't get the girl. And it's because of the consequences of other characters, of their actions, and to a certain extent of Jessica's own actions. And so I need her to pay for the things that she's done. I need her to come to terms with the things that she's done and what she's experienced. I need her to find healing. And I also need her to make some other bad choices along the way, because that's what a 17-year-old girl is going to do. Just like Ben is going to make dumb choices afterwards because he's a 17-year-old boy. And it makes these characters feel more realistic. It makes their triumphs truly earned. And my hope is that when you finally get to see Jessica healed, and when she's able to come to terms with who she is, what she's done, and how this puts her into a unique position to do some very important things, that it feels real within that story, that it feels earned, and that this girl who's been through so much, that you can finally see her as a hero. And so that's what I hope to do. And that takes time, that takes work, that takes sacrifice. And that means that you have to kind of be like, grit your teeth and do the hard thing, which we laugh as authors and say that we that we torture our characters because we love them. We torture them because we know that they're of what they can become. And we say that in jest, but it's honestly the case sometimes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I have the same problem whenever I write. It just I just want the best for this character or these sets of characters, and it's just like, but the best does not make for a fun story. Like I said, we love to see our favorite characters fail just so they could rise again. Um eh, Earning that redemption. Um eh, we don't want to see it, but at the same time we crave it. But in creating it,
Mhm.
it is so hard to do because especially when you know the end or what you want to be the end, you you don't want this person to go through something that might jeopardize that end. But that's why that's always good to leave room for things to change. Your original vision for the end could definitely change more than once as something
Mhm.
is being written, not just for characters, but for the plot as well. Uh, you could get a spark of inspiration just from this one change you made, and so yeah, it's definitely difficult. It hurts the heart, but at the same time, it's more often than not necessary.
Mhm. And to apply that actually to what could have been and should have been done with Rings of Power, because it's clear that the creators are winging a lot of stuff as they go. I mean, they've even admitted as much. Like, oh, we're now writing this next bit of the season. Television shows, and again, this is for because I know there's some of you here in the who are right now watching who are interested in making their own shows. This is something to take to heart, and especially for those of you who have been fans of Murder Drones and have watched Murder Drones and seen how some plot threads were dropped and whatnot along the way. And Liam admitted to having to like rewriting things as they were going. When you're writing a show, you need to do your best to hold true to a much longer, larger storyline. Like if you say this is what we need to do, you need to make sure that you have your series bible, which is all of the world building, everything for your characters and what you intend to do with them. You need to have a good strong outline, and you need to know where everyone and everything is supposed to end up. And you have to, and I mean, there's still ways that you can work around certain bits. There's still things that might change as you go along. But if you're going to write a show, you need to already have put in a lot of the heavy lifting to know where everything's going to go and already get that inspiration. So that way, you know what might change for the better or what needs to change. So that way, when you're not halfway through the show, you're suddenly making big changes to then accommodate this new bit of inspiration and then hoping that it's all going to turn out well. When it comes to Rings of Power, I honestly have no idea where they actually now intend for all of these characters to end up. Contractually speaking, and I've had this conversation with some other people based off of what I've learned. Contractually speaking, from what Christopher Tolkien, before his death, actually had them sign an agreement to do, the Rings of Power is meant to end with the big battle where Sauron is defeated and Isildur cuts the ring from his hand. That is how the show is supposed to end. Looking at where the show is at right now, with 2 seasons up, no world building for the world of men beyond Numenor and the stupid Southlands, which makes no sense. Like there's been no development there. They've got this weirdness going on with the Balrog that they now have to deal with, and the Balrog shouldn't even be awake at this point. They're already having Numenor fall into darkness without any real explanation of Elendil and his family. We haven't even met Anarion. In fact, actually, they didn't. In fact, they actually said in the first season that Anarion didn't exist, and now they had to write him back in haphazardly into season 2, so that way they can have him in season 3, because they actually do need him now. They thought they could get away with it, but they found out that they couldn't. And it's just such a mess.
Yeah, it would have been better if like they had started the season with uh, hard to say where it would be best to start it off, but I think it would have been better if they had started it or ended it with the Battle of Eregion.
Mm-hmm.
I know they intend for it to go all the way to the Last Alliance, but I think it almost would have worked better if they had left it off on the bombastic end of Eregion. Celebrimbor dies, Galadriel gets the rings, and then it's kind of like not left open ended. Like it's a sad ending, but there's still that flicker of hope. And maybe,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it could leave it open for another mini series of some kind to show the fall of Numenor and everything, because those two things didn't really happen at the same time.
Yeah.
And so like, or maybe they had it start off with the whole Battle of Eregion, like bring in that whole bombastic battle. Started off there with a lot of excitement, and you're basically playing catch up for maybe the season with a bunch of flashbacks and stuff that you, by the end, you're going, oh wow, so that, oh wow, that's how everything went down, how it happened when you put it in chronological order. Holy crap, that was intense. And then maybe end the show with the fall of Numenor and with the Last Alliance. Maybe if they just started it with with Eregion falling and then ending it with or somewhere in the middle, Numenor falling, and then ended off at the Battle of the Last Alliance, so that we can pick up with the Fellowship of the Ring. That would
Mm-hmm.
make sense.
Yeah, and I actually the way that I would end it, like if like, I would end it with Elendil arriving on Middle Earth, and just like even though Numenor has been lost and it seems like it's the end, Elendil, who is the big hero, and he's not the hero in the show, which sucks. Each time that they have a heroic moment for Elendil, it gets stolen away by the Queen. It's so annoying.
Yeah, the Queen, like yeah. They should have taken out the Queen, and instead of Galadriel being the driving force of this entire series, it should have been Elendil.
Yes. Oh, and they have a good actor. They actually have. I would argue he's a very good actor for Elendil. Like I can
Or
see it.
even Isildur. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's kind of like a side character in the history. It focuses a lot more on Elendil and the whole alliance with Gil-galad, and so it's like though they do have a lot more to do, it's interesting to see a story like that from a side character's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
So Isildur would have been perfect for that. Or
Yeah.
even if like each season had a different main character. Or like the
Mm-hmm.
first two seasons focus on the conflict with Sauron and Eregion and everything, and then the last two seasons focuses on the whole Numenorian side of things.
Mm-hmm.
That would have worked a lot better, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just come on, JD Payne, Patrick McKay. How could you fail so badly?
Because they don't care about the original works. They don't respect it
Oh,
in any way.
they absolutely do not. So real quick, because Shade had a good question right here. What is the origin of the series Bible? A lot of times I see people talking about the show. They mention it, where the term originated from, and why they use this method. So, Shade. So effectively, like you can think of it as that you have people who are like, well, it states in the Bible this, therefore this is the law according to God. And so you can think of the series Bible as the word of God to the story. And you know what happens when you go against God. According to the Bible, everything goes to hell real fast. It just becomes awful. So in order to prevent things from being really bad, you adhere to the word that is in the word of God. So when you talk about the series Bible, this is you basically saying, these are the characters. If we deviate, bad things happen to the story. And so that's pretty much where it comes from. And you need to have something like this in order to keep you on the path of what you need your story to be. Now, there can always be innovation, and that's going to happen for every good author, in my opinion. But you have to make sure that any innovation that you come up with is in line with what you have with what you have written. And sometimes that means going back and changing quite a few things. For my book, Knights of Hallicruz, I actually had to go back and change up a ton of stuff because I'd started writing the book without having fully nailed down some of the world building, some of the rules. And only after the fact did I say very concretely, no teleportation. Characters are capable of magically teleporting, but they are restricted from doing so by a crazy spell, and that spell needs to be broken in order for people to teleport again. So for people to actually travel around the world really, really fast, they have to come up with a magical means that does not actually mean teleportation. And that actually made it really fun to write, but that actually meant I had to go back into the book and rewrite massive sections of the first book because I had people teleporting. So, yeah, having a concrete understanding of how your world and story is supposed to work helps you from having to go back and correcting big mistakes. And that's why creators should have that. Unless you are a garden/discovery writer, which means that you just come up with stuff as you go, which is totally fine. It just means that editing is a real pain.
Oh, it really is. But that's where Rings of Power is really going wrong, is because if anything, I wouldn't call it an adaptation of the Second Age. It's more of like it's inspired by it and taking names of locations and characters. Because it's so divorced from the lore, they basically created an entirely new story with the barest elements from the original work. And when you do that, like there's nothing wrong with being inspired by something and creating something new. It could be, you could even say like it captures the heart of that original work and it could still be enjoyable as something completely different. But if you claim it's an adaptation, that means you need to adhere to the lore as much as possible. And when you don't do that, that's when you get criticism, like what we're doing now.
Mm-hmm. Rightfully earned criticism.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's move on from Rings of Power and start bringing this home. The last big female character in any adaptation of Lord of the Rings to talk about is Hera from War of the Rohirrim. Now then, because I've had a look at the box office for this movie, I know that very few people have actually gone to see it. And I personally really enjoyed the movie. I think other people should definitely go see it, at least give it a shot. Heck, I gave Rings of Power a shot. I honestly did. And I went into this movie expecting it to be bad. And it's actually when I realized that Hera wasn't a Mary Sue that I was like, oh, wait a second. Oh, we might actually be onto something really good here. So as far as this character goes, her strengths and her weaknesses. So Hera is in many ways like Éowyn. She's headstrong, she's loyal, she's loving, she's a very good writer, she's a good fighter. And there we have it. Don't know about how well she can make super pies, though. However, there are some weaknesses that need to be highlighted because it does become important at various moments within the story. So because Hera is more of a wild child and has tried to stay away from court throughout most of her life, she does not know the nobility of Rohan as well as she should as a princess. which comes back to bite her in the butt really bad later on. So because she doesn't actually know the machinations of the nobles or who they are, that's going to cause some problems. And even though she's a fighter, she's not as strong as one might think she's obviously going to be, because she's the hero. She does get beaten in combat a couple of times, and that's actually where I realized, oh, wait a second, we're not dealing with a Mary Sue right here, because she gets bagged, she gets kidnapped. Not necessarily really early on in the story, but after meeting the crazed Mumakil, the Oliphant that's going wild in the Outlands, she uses her intellect, which is another strength she has. She's very good at coming up with creative and plausible plans for dealing with big problems. But unfortunately, that doesn't help her get out of getting kidnapped. She is kidnapped. She can't fight her way out of the situation. She needs to be saved. Freyloff, and she is powerless to stop Wolf from sacking Edoras. And part of that is, again, because she doesn't know she should have known critical information, but she doesn't, or she didn't understand it at the time. And so she's unable to give her father and brothers information that would have saved them. And so she is in a way responsible for their loss at Edoras and the death of her brother Haleth. And that's some pretty significant stuff that happens. And while she is a character who there really isn't some big foible that she needs to overcome, it's more of an enemy that she has to overcome, this sets her a little bit more towards the Paragon spectrum, and where it's very easy to see her as a Mary Sue because she's got all these very big qualities. She obviously survives to the end of the story, and so it just seems as though she's OP, nothing can touch her, and that's the criticism that so many people have lobbied at this movie. And again, because I've seen the box office hold, makes me wonder how many people have actually watched this movie.
I think with Hera's character, because I haven't seen the movie either, I really, really, really want to. But just from what I understand, she was basically that forgotten royal child, because she was never expected to take command of anything. So she was allowed to do whatever she wanted. And when her whole family dies, she's basically forced into this leadership role that she never expected or wanted. And the fact that she's a fighter, but not like the best of the best, that clearly defines her as not a Mary Sue. She's maybe a tragic Sue, whereas like everything that is bad that could happen to her does, and she comes out on top. You could call her a tragic Sue, or an angsty Sue. I think I've also heard it called, but
Yeah.
Basically a character that's just being tortured constantly for the sake of being tortured. But I think her character arc isn't so much what she does. It's more a story of self-discovery, where she learns that even though she doesn't have really what it takes to be a leader, she's forced into it, and she does it competently enough to make it to the end. And then even at the end, like I think he told me that like she does not, even though she has a claim to the throne, kind of, because she is the last one of her family. I don't know if it's because of the laws in Rohan that makes it so that she can't take up the throne. But even if she did, I don't think she would take it because of the mistakes that she has made. She knows she's not the best leader that Rohan could have. She saw them through a harrowing event, but that's all she could do. She did the best that she could in with what she had. Um, and now it's time to hand it off to someone else who would do Rohan better.
Mm-hmm.
She has the strength to be what she needs to be in that moment, and um, just like being the whole fighter thing. Yeah, she can fight, but she's just a competent fighter. And when she faces off against Wolf, it's not to win; it's to be a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Yep.
that's the difference. A Mary Sue would be in that battle to win. And that is exactly what would happen. And then it'd be all praises and, oh, you're our queen now. You are awesome in every way. But with her, it's more she's just the distraction to make sure that her people see another day and can continue on after. She does not care if she lives or dies. She just needs to stay alive long enough so that everybody else survives. And the fact that she lives in the end, she's probably as shocked by it as everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I like what you said about this being more of a story of self-discovery, because that's what it is. And the naysayers will say, well, she just discovered that she always was this way. And you could say that for most characters, that they always had it in them, or this is a confirmation of who they really are. Like, there's not many heroes in most stories who you see fully transformed. That's actually one of the things that makes the Lord of the Rings, I think, so compelling, is that the hobbits especially are completely transformed by their journey through the quest, going through this quest. Even though Sam goes back to be the simpleton hobbit, he becomes mayor. He's one of the most loved, one of the most respected hobbits. He does become wise through the process, and he has an understanding of war, of the world in general, of people that no one else could ever have unless they went through that kind of a journey. Hera isn't going through something quite so big. Her story is much smaller. It is about the frantic fight for survival that Rohan goes through during the long winter. And it is in many ways confirming to herself that she is capable, because as the forgotten heir, effectively the third daughter, you have the heir, you have the spare. What do you do with the third? She's able to truly discover who she is, the strength that is within her, the love and loyalty that is within her. And what she's always wanted is freedom, which is what she fights, which is what she maintains at the end when she fights against Wolf, which is a moment that when I watched it made me cringe when he's like, you're wearing a wedding dress. You think after all this time that I would be bonded to you? And she's like, I am bonded to no man. And I'm like, oh boy, a little bit of an eye roll right here. Well, and who are you bonded to? And she then says death. And again, a bit of an eye roll. And after I left the movie theater, I realized that was amazing. Because in that moment, she's accepted that she's probably going to die. She's someone who's wanted freedom this whole time, and she's got it. She is either free of Wolf in death or in life, because either she dies or he dies, and in either case, she will not be bonded to a monster, and her people will be free. And
Absolutely.
And that's such a great moment. Upon reflection, I'm like, wow, no, they nailed it right there.
Yeah, like,
That was
just
good.
because a line is cringy, it's what's happening around it and what causes it that gives it its punch. Because, I mean, so many great lines that we love could be seen as cringy if we didn't know the context around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think especially with Hera, it's it's not so much that she had it in her all along to be a leader. It's more that she learned to use the strengths that she had that were not typically leader material in order to be a leader long enough. And then when it was done, she was done.
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't want an impulsive leader. You don't want a leader who dreams of only freedom and doing whatever the heck they want, because that has horrible consequences. We've seen that in history, we've seen that in stories. And she probably recognizes that. That's why she wouldn't make a very good leader long term. But she, in that moment, when she is the only option left, she uses that stubbornness, that headstrongness, that impulsivity. She uses it to her advantage because she knows that if she underestimates herself, probably the enemy does too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why she makes such a perfect distraction to get everybody else out.
Yep. Absolutely. So you got it.
Yeah, I might not have seen the movie, but I know enough about it that, like, just from a cursory understanding, these are the things that I picked up on.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's what people can get by giving a story a fair shake. Now then, this story is not perfect by any means. It's nowhere near as good as Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, and that's already an insanely high bar. Let's just be frank about that. Because in terms of cinema, it's gorgeous. In terms of adaptation, they did so much so well. And doing the War of the Rohirrim is just adapting a very brief excerpt written by Tolkien in regards to Helm Hammerhand and his story, why he's so epic and so legendary. And so given that material, I truly do appreciate that they decided to give Hera a name and give her a character, and it adds a richness to it. And for those people who do go and see this movie, her brothers Hama and Haleth do have their own moments, and you can see this family. It's definitely not a perfect family. There's some obvious problems in there, which, again, if you read the book, you then realize, oh yeah, no, this isn't. Helm could have handled this situation way better and could have avoided all these problems. But it is what it is. Helm makes his choice, and that's what causes the sequence of events that lead to the first siege of the Hornburg, which then gets its name Helm's Deep because of Helm just going crazy and wraith-like, murdering men with his bare hands, and you get all of that.
And before that, it was called the Southburg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to Southburg, and oh my gosh, it's and one of the things that, again, like I normally don't like taking pot shots against other YouTubers because I feel like that's cheap and just adds to unnecessary drama. But I am going to call out Shad from Shadiversity and Night's Watch, because he said that the scene where Helm sacrifices himself is just completely illogical and it's dumb, and it ruins the entire movie. And I'm like, that is one of the best scenes. It is one of the best scenes. He's like, it's so illogical. It's so illogical. And like, okay, for one thing, go read the book. Because what Helm does is in many ways illogical. Opening up the gates each and every night so that way he can stalk out by himself and punch guys to death. Yeah, that's a little dumb. And he dies on the dike fighting a bunch of dudes and freezes to death. That's what Tolkien wrote. And when you read the book, or at least when you read that segment of the book, unless you love the idea of this barbaric king causing all these problems, Helm is not Helm is not the kind of hero that you would actually like to have on your side unless you needed to punch someone to death.
Well, I mean, he was the one who started everything. They wouldn't have had a conflict at all if he hadn't have one punched killed Wolf's dad.
Yeah.
If he had just exercised a little bit of patience and
Restraint.
humility, like it like I understand why he was kind of pissed at Wolf's dad. But I mean, you could have done anything other than kill him, especially in front of everybody. I mean, in the book, he took him outside of Edoras and kind of did it privately, but everybody knew. They both go out, and only Helm comes back. So, like, there are other solutions that would not have maybe had as dire consequences. You could have banished the guy. You could have stripped him of his rank and nobility. Because, yeah, the guy was amassing power, and he was clearly trying to insert himself into the royal line, or at least his descendants into the royal line, so that they could have more power. And you could say that Helm was basically just trying to nip that in the bud right then and there, but there are much better ways he could have gone about it. And the way that he did caused a war, because his son was like, "You kill my daddy, so I'm gonna kill you."
Yeah.
And then it snowballed like crazy. And so, yeah, it's just like, Helm, you caused your own downfall. You got your sons killed because you were pretty much kind of a dick.
Yeah.
If it was handled a lot more diplomatically, we wouldn't even have a story, really. There might have been like a little rebellion or an uprising, but at least they would have been prepared for it. Like, know your enemy. But once you get rid of that enemy, you now have other elements rising to the forefront, and that is Wolf.
Yeah. And the reason why you got it perfect right there, Kitty. And that's one of the reasons why I love what the movie does. Because Hera's love and loyalty to her family and to her country come into play when she goes looking for her father, as her father goes all ham on the Dunlendings and is punching them to death like One Punch Man. She goes out and she finds him, and as the way that he's illustrated, he looks like a wraith. He looks like he's about to become a ring wraith. And I love this little bit of lore that is added in the movie, which is canonical. Not necessarily to the War of the Rohirrim, but it was something that Sauron was doing. He already had his servants and minions looking out for soldiers of great renown and trying to find out if any of them had rings. And if so, could it be a ring of power, or maybe even the One Ring? Because he was still looking for the rings that were missing. And you have Helm, who is just going berserk, is doing these supernatural feats, and orcs are sent to go and collect the rings from the dead to see if they can find anything of significance. And they don't know what they're doing, because Sauron would never let his minions know what exactly he's going after. And that's a really neat bit in the book The Two Towers, when the orcs are arguing about this elvish weapon, and one orc happens to know a little bit more than the others in regards to the One Ring, and the Uruk-hai are all like, maybe we should cut off your head because you know a little too much. So that element is there in the movie, and when you then get to see Helm wraith-like, it's very clear that this man is losing his humanity, ring or no ring. And when he sees Hera nearly murdered by orcs and a troll, and he goes and he saves her, and he begins to snap out of it. because he's like, oh my gosh, my daughter is out here with me, with all these other people. This is bad. And he takes her to the gate. And the gate's frozen shut. Yeah, they got to open it on up. And this is where Shad's like, this is so illogical. Of course, the men-at-arms would have come and they would have rallied around their king and everything. This is where I know the man hasn't read the book. Because Helm was abandoned in the book. His men did not sally out with him. He went out alone. His own men were horrified of him. No one was going to come to Helm's aid in the middle of a storm. And Helm is, with a busted gate, is trying to save his daughter. And at this point, it's like, okay, then, the best thing I can do, as a man who has kind of lost everything, as this barbaric king, I can save my daughter. I will do everything I can to save my daughter and save my people, because I am not the king that they need, but I can be the warrior who can protect them in the best way that I can. And so he has his parting words to Hera, which is done really well in the movie. When you get the whole context, it's beautifully done. He shuts the gates and then he turns around, and not as a wraith, but as a king unbroken, challenges Wolf and stalks towards him, punching his way through men until he dies from frost. And then you get how Hera honors her father with the same song that Éowyn sings when Theodred is buried. And it's so beautiful because the king, his dignity, his honor, and his humanity are redeemed because of his sacrifice. And his sacrifice in the movie is only possible because of Hera being there, which is not how it goes in the book. It's very different in the book. And what Tolkien wrote works. It's good. But if you want to like Helm in the movie is a good guy in the end. He's not the dick that leads his entire country to the brink of ruin because he's mad at a fat dude.
Yeah, that's what he descended into. And then seeing his daughter in trouble is what, like you said, snaps him out of it. And then he decides, I can no longer be the ruler that they need me to be, but I can do one last good thing before the end. And then he's remembered as, like you said, the king unbroken, because even when he froze, he did not fall to his knees. He fought literally to the last. He froze on his feet. And when his soldiers found him, he was standing there basically a frozen statue.
Mm-hmm.
And it became a symbol to Rohan that, like, no matter how bad it gets, we fight to the end. We don't bend the knee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that legacy, when you get that legacy of we don't bend the knee, of we fight we fight even if it means to our death, but also of, again, that loyalty and that love that is then that's brought out more with Hera's character. If you wish to then draw a through line to Éowyn and to Eden and the events that play out on the Pelennor field, it's a beautiful legacy that they're living up to family, country, honor, and that even if it means death, we will fight on to the bitter end. As you were talking about earlier with how Éomer rallies the troops in the midst of the siege of Minas Tirith. Theoden is fallen, he's dead. Maybe the Witch King has been defeated, but there's still so many tens of thousands of the enemy. And now the black ships of Umbar have arrived up the river, and it seems like all hope is lost. We fight. We will fight because that is the one thing that we can do. And who knows what miracle the day will bring. And and that comes from this long storied legacy. And I think that the writers for this movie did a good job of tapping into that. Yes, they changed the lore, but it was a change that makes sense.
And it
And
keeps the spirit of what Tolkien was doing too.
mhm,
The difference between this and Rings of Power is that Rings of Power is a fan fiction that denies the spirit of Tolkien. But War of the Rohirrim, sure, it could be considered a fan fiction as well, but at least it maintains that spirit, the message that Tolkien was trying to impart on us. It's the same way with Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. They're not perfect adaptations. Yes, there's deviations from the lore, but the spirit remains intact.
mhm. Yeah, absolutely. And as we talked about way early on in the stream, even a fan fiction can be great. In fact, there's a lot of really good fan fiction out there.
Oh, hell yeah. I have read so many that I'm like, I wish I could see this as a movie. Because
Mhm.
it's just like it's almost like you want Hollywood to just read some fan fictions. It's like you're having
Good fan
trouble.
fiction.
Yeah, good fan fiction. Or even just bad fan fiction to see what not to do. Because it's so easy to find those tropes or the cringy parts, and it's just like, huh, yeah, it's amusing, but no, 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 no. Eh, like so many times, I have read a fan fiction, and I go, man, whoever is making this movie or made this movie, I wish I could just send them this link and be like, look at this. This is the kind of thing you should have been aiming for, or um taken elements from, or something like that, because that fan fiction maintained the spirit. It might not be completely accurate, but it's the spirit of the thing. That is the main thing you want to aim for in adaptations or fan fictions, is just you can put whatever the heck you want it. You can add whatever characters you want as long as that spirit is still there.
Mhm. Yeah. There's there's some absolutely great fan fiction out there that holds true to the spirit. And even if it's not necessarily what you would like to have happen in the story, again, this is where we need to, as the audience, if you're going to engage with a story, you need to give it the chance to have its say. I myself have only put down like maybe 2 books where I'm like, no, I just can't read this anymore. It's just not good.
That
I've
was
only
me
done
and New Moon. I
uh,
suffered through Twilight, and I got like halfway through New Moon. I'm like, no, I can't do it anymore. I just can't.
for me, it was, let's see here, the one book, it was the I think it was the Cabinet of 100 Curiosities, if I remember that title correctly. It was such a cool premise, horribly executed, of this of a magical closet with 100 different drawers, and amazing things were hidden in them, and something had gotten loose, and I was like, this sounds really, really awesome. And then the characters were awful, and the magic made no sense, and I had no idea what was going on. I made it halfway through the book, and I had still no idea who was the villain or even what the problem was.
Yeah,
And
that'd be
so
tough to get into.
and so I just couldn't finish it. The other one that I couldn't finish was The Curator by Owen King, the son of Stephen King. Owen King can write. He's a good writer. But I just, I actually got the book directly from him at the Tucson Festival of Books. I heard his sales pitch where he said, yeah, this is a story about a funeral ship that becomes a ghost ship, and it flies through the city of London and begins taking people. People get abducted by this ghost funeral ship, and there's something that and there's a secret involving cats. And so I'm like, cats, and a ghost funeral ship. Oh, sign me up. And it's so dry and boring and dumb. And the ghost funeral ship only begins doing things halfway through the book. And the cats only start doing interesting things in like the last fifth. And I only know that because a friend of mine finished reading it and she was like, it was such a hard book to finish reading. I'm like, yeah, I quit halfway through. Like when I got to the ghost funeral ship and actually did something, I was like, yay! So what's going to happen? Next chapter. Nothing about that. Nothing whatsoever. I'm like, maybe it will be in the next chapter, or in the next chapter, or in the next chapter. And then 4 chapters afterwards, there was nothing more about the ghost funeral ship. And I'm like, screw this.
Yeah, when you get something like that, it's definitely hard to immerse yourself into the story. And I like Mibuk, your comment here. Yes, the world wouldn't be the same without greatly written fan fictions. Sometimes I even prefer some fanfics over what truly happens in the real story or canon. Yes, I have run into that myself several times. Um, uh, with some really greatly written fan fictions, I have like I've gotten into that headspace. It's just like, man, I don't know which one I like more. They're both so good. Do I like the original? Do I like this edition? Like, I don't know. It's so hard to decide. I wish I could have both. And then there's that rare gem where it's just like, this is 10 times better than the original, and I love the original. Where's this person's book and movie deal?
Mm,
Uh, and those are the fan fictions that it makes going through some of the slog of finding the bad ones worth it. And I
yeah.
mean, every fan fiction is valid if you want to write it, and it ends up being either bad for one reason or another, cheesy, overdone. That's fine. That's the fun of fan fiction. That's the joy of it. I mean, I've written some terrible fan fiction myself. Even to this day, I've been writing it since I was 14, and now 17 years later, it's just it. You just have those moments where you just let that inner voice where it's like, you know what, this isn't proper characterization, or this is so not what happens in the original, but you do it anyways, just because it's fun and it makes you happy. Uh, it's a little different if you're writing a script for a movie or a video game or a TV show. Yeah, you gotta have a little bit more self-awareness than that. But fan fictions, you are free to do whatever you want. But a fan fiction, unless it is incredibly good, which again is rare, should not be made into a TV show, video game, or movie. And that's why we keep calling Rings of Power a fan fiction, because it's the way that it's written. It seems like Lars has said many, many times, it's a first draft. It's not even
Mhm.
a first draft. It's a fan fiction that was written chapter to chapter and never gone back to edited when something has inevitably changed. Because
Yeah.
that's what happens a lot in fan fictions, because usually it gets written and then posted on like a weekly basis or a monthly basis, depending on the writer. There are some writers will go like every day with a new chapter.
Whew.
And yeah, I know, right? I can't even imagine. Um, but hey, if you get that inspiration and you find yourself writing a lot, that's fine. The problem with that comes in is that you inevitably miss something. You either contradict yourself, create plot holes, or you just let your inner wants and needs out a little too much. And it's more of what you want rather than what the story wants. And that's the problem with fan fiction. It's very rare when you find something that aligns perfectly. And that's why it doesn't make for good viewership. Uh,
Mhm.
that is the problem that Rings of Power has. It is an unedited fan fiction.
Yeah. Yeah. You said, yeah, you got it right. And that just boggles my mind. And
I,
it's
I
but
love I love how this whole thing started as like, oh, we're talking about female characters in Lord of the Rings and Hobbit and all the side things, and we just keep coming back to bash on Rings of Power.
Oh, because it freaking deserves it. And there's just so much wrong with it. Like so something that Shade put right here, like maybe you should do a video how you can improve a bad story. I would say that would be fun to do for some specific stories, but like I honestly, in my long form reviews for Rings of Power, like I do try to point out what's wrong. And one of the reasons why they're so long is because I look at it from a lore perspective, but then I also look at it from like, what if Lord of the Rings never existed and JD Payne and Patrick McKay were just coming up with stuff right off the top of their head? How does it work as its own original story? And so much of it just comes down to the fact that they just never went back to edits. They don't understand these characters. They know that at a certain point in the story they need to have this kind of a scene. We need to have exposition here. Characters must do something here. But while they have all of the right, while they have not all the right, but they have many good ideas, they just somehow always work against themselves. And
They don't
that's
tie them together properly.
mm-hmm. And that is indicative of a first draft.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean I've run into that problem so many times when I've gone back and like read through my stuff from the beginning again. I'm like, okay, I'm kind of hitting a roadblock here. I'm just gonna read through what I've already done, and by the time I catch up back where I last left off, I'm like, there's so many problems, so many just inconsistencies, and it is daunting making those edits. That's absolutely, it's exhausting. And but the thing is, if you plan on seeing it to the end, those things need to be fixed. And that's why we always talk about killing your darlings as well, because making that change could change another part that you absolutely love. And sometimes it's needed because it just doesn't flow together as well as it should. And you can't force something that doesn't feel right. And
Yeah.
that's just a big problem that adaptations in general tend to run into. It's like, we need to get to this, we need to get to this, but we don't know how to get there. And so they make up a bunch of stuff, but with all that stuff that they make up, it doesn't lead to that thing that they're trying to get to. And so they force it because they know that it needs to be there. And that's a problem. And that's why we need to edit, so that we can make those things make sense. Connect them together in a way that makes sense.
Say to share another example from my own writing, because like I've been there, and it's not just sometimes editing a scene or a chapter or you said, like, sometimes you do have to kill your darlings. A book that I have actually right next to me, Monarch Mercenaries, I
need to still start, by the way. It's sitting right in front of me, and I keep looking at it every day.
I rewrote that whole freaking book.
That's a big book.
Funny thing is, it's actually not as long as the printing job would have you believe. Yes, it is a chonker to look at. I think it's, let me look at what the final page count is. It's over 500 pages, which, yes, that's long. This book is actually shorter than 3 Harry Potter books in length.
I always forget how small at least the first 3 Harry Potters are. Like the 7th book, oh boy, that's a big one.
Mm-hmm. And the 5th book is the biggest. Yeah, actually, I think this book is even shorter than the Half-Blood Prince, which is deceptively short. It looks big, but it's not as big as it at first appears to be. I'd have to go back and check word counts. But yes, rewriting a book still that size is monumental. It's heartbreaking to do, and and I I know I've shed a few tears over that book, uh, out of just pure frustration. Um, and I'll tell you what didn't work, and this is critical to any good story, especially a story with an ensemble cast like Rings of Power, is that the characters had no chemistry whatsoever. And that's bad. That's bad. especially when you've got and so many of them are cool characters in their own rights. Of Captain Carsonius with his ability, for those of you who have watched Fairy Tale, yes, he's basically like Ezra or Urza. He's like Urza who can store stuff in herself, except in this case, he doesn't just simply store weapons and armor. Like, he has all different kinds of things that he can store in himself. He is a one-man army because of all the crazy things he's got. But he's a cocky older teenager. Like, he's 18 years old. Definitely he's not the kind of guy who should be in charge of a pirate crew. The person who wants to, then the two people who want to take his place in the pirate crew, you've got Miriam, who her special ability is that whatever thing has a blade, she's able to emit awesome energy beams. So she can technically kill a person using a plastic knife, if she needed to, a little plastic picnic knife. Which, okay, so I've got these characters with really cool abilities. They're out for revenge. It's a romp across space. And it felt so bland and bad. And Hannah asked a good question right here: how to give characters chemistry. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Oh, it's difficult.
Yeah.
I find for me, um, the characters have to have, even in the slightest way, some similarities, either in their personality or even just hobbies or something. They could be completely different people, with completely different goals, but they need to share something similar between them. That's where I find it's easy to have them have chemistry, even if it's just, say, something like sexual tension, because then you could build on that. Because at the beginning, you know, these characters only find each other as attractive, but the more they are forced to be around each other, learn more about each other, it's like, huh, we kind of have a little bit more in common than we thought, even though we have completely different backgrounds and we have completely different goals. And then it's a matter of them teaching each other how to see it from a different perspective. Um, and that's why I find it difficult to really get into the enemies to lovers trope, because normally the characters are so different that it's very difficult to see those similarities or find them. But that's why I find it's so much easier to do that. Have an idea in your head of what could these two characters have, that they could share. Are they both stubborn? Okay, you can build on that. They're wrestling, or they're working against each other in some sort of way, and they are both stubborn. So you need to have maybe an outside force that forces them to work together in a way to combat that stubbornness. Or or they both have a sense of loyalty to someone, and they share the problems that could arise from having that kind of loyalty, and help each other realize that maybe I shouldn't be as loyal to this person, or maybe I should be loyal to the thing you're loyal to, because that sounds like a better situation than what I've got. And so it's like, you just got to have some sort of similarity that they can build on.
Yeah. So the similarities in terms of things that they like, common goals, common enemies can really help out with Monarch Mercenaries. What I used was and it was staring me always in the face, but I hadn't utilized it in my first draft. Was that, for instance, Carsonius and Miriam both want revenge on the Guardians for killing all of their friends and their old crewmates and their beloved captain. But where the antagonism between them comes is that they don't properly communicate. It's the miscommunication. And the moment that they realize that they both have wanted the same thing, the gears finally mesh. Working together. It's a growing process. But that's what begins to bring those two characters together. And then for others, there's the shared interests. There's that Carsonius realizes he needs the crew to work with him, and so he's trying to get to know them. He's trying to play to their strengths, butter them up, which works sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. But really trying to lean into those relationships, and then it became fun to write. I'm like, okay, then so I've got these two characters. How would they get along? And in some cases, they don't. And I had to accept, no, these two guys don't like each other. So how am I going to write that?
I think
it just goes from there.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, it just goes from there. Relationships, when it comes to writing, I think are the one thing where it's very hard to plan for that. And that's where definitely you discover more as you write. You can easily create a plot, but relationships are something that definitely develop as you write.
Oh, absolutely. I think a great example of this is Sherlock Holmes, and how, not necessarily from the original works, because, well, I unfortunately do not know as much about that as I should, given how much of a Sherlockian fan I am. But looking at the BBC Sherlock series, John Watson and Sherlock Holmes, completely different people. Looking at it on the surface, you would not be wrong for thinking that there's no way these two characters could ever get along, and yet they have amazing chemistry. And chemistry isn't just between love interests, it's between friends, family, enemies, tertiary characters. The thing with John and Sherlock that always stood out to me is that John is like this, straight-laced, kind of maybe a little on the stuffy side, kind of repressed, whereas Sherlock is a recovering addict who just goes and does whatever he wants to do, and damn the consequences. I don't care if I piss people off, because I always piss people off no matter what I try, so I'm just going to stop trying. What brings them together besides circumstances, and they both need to have an apartment. John running into an old school friend who's like, oh, hey, I know somebody who needs a roommate. And he's like, okay, I guess I'll meet him. And John does not like Sherlock from the get-go.
Yeah.
He right off the bat, he's like, this guy is rude. He's invasive. Like, why would I hang out with this person? But I don't really have any other choice. So whatever, I guess I'll give it a shot. Their first connection is that Sherlock offers John the excitement that he has missed. He is traumatized by war, but he misses it. And Sherlock offers him the ability to engage in that similar kind of adrenaline rush without really getting into the thick of it. And then with Sherlock, he's just indifferent to John. He just sees him as potential flatmate, whatever. But he sees from the get-go, too, that this is something that John needs. That's why he purposely kind of makes the scenario where they're chasing down that taxi and all this excitement and everything. And then it's not until they get back to the apartment that he's like, yeah, you forgot your cane. And John is even surprised. Like, I ran all that way without this cane. I conquered my psychosomatic limp.
Mhm.
Huh. And so Sherlock basically just keeps him around because it's like, yeah, I enjoy his insight as a medical professional. And this guy also hasn't told me to screw off yet, even though I can tell I annoy the crap out of him.
Mhm.
And even when John does get to that point where he starts telling Sherlock off, it's more of kind of like a brotherly kind of thing. It's like, dude, you're being really annoying. Can you stop? But he's not really trying to change Sherlock. He doesn't like that he plays violin at 3 a.m. He doesn't like that he seems to always be sitting around the apartment, not knowing that Sherlock is actually like fighting off mafias and whatever. He only sees that Sherlock is just sitting around doing nothing, and he's annoyed by it.
Mhm.
And so he gets to that breaking point where he finally says something about it, and Sherlock just kind of brushes him off. So there's that brotherly kind of interaction, but no matter what bad stuff Sherlock does, John keeps finding his way back to forgiving him or letting things slide, or even when Sherlock tries to be slightly different, he doesn't like it because it it's not just the excitement that Sherlock offers, it's that he knows after experiencing so much stuff with him, he knows that Sherlock can be the biggest dick in the world, but he will always be there for John. And
Mhm.
that's not really something that John has had. He's we don't really know much about his parents, at least not from the show. And so we don't know what his childhood is like.
We
But
know
we
that he
do,
has an antagonistic relationship with his sister.
yes, but he still loves his sister.
Mhm.
But he doesn't go out of his way to really do anything with her or communicate with her. It's just the obligatory stuff or whatever. He kind of resents his sister in a way, and we can't really blame him for that because his sister did some stuff that a lot of us would not approve of. And so it's like he's never had a brother. He's been through some stuff that, you know, maybe going to Afghanistan and fighting in a war. If I could handle that, I can handle this guy who plays violin at 3 a.m.
Mhm.
And through that, they both just kind of they learn from each other. Sherlock learns to be a better person because of John, and John learns that maybe not every asshole is a lost cause. And so
Yeah.
that's where the chemistry between them kind of lies. It's slightly antagonistic, but there's just enough there that they can share, that keeps them coming back together. Of
Mhm.
course, it doesn't help with Sherlock always being like texting him at every minute of the day and being a very insensitive prick. But
Mhm.
I mean, it's kind of a toxic relationship if you want to look at it that way. But there are some merits to it. And at least for either of them, it's kind of like the best that they've had.
Mhm.
Neither have really have anyone else close in their life, at least until Mary comes along. And let's not go into that mess, because that's a whole other issue.
Yep.
Um, and the only reason he even got together with Mary is because he thought that Sherlock was dead.
Mhm.
He would have been perfectly content if she never came along and Sherlock had still been around, even though he was, a serial dater. Uh, uh, with a girl and then without. And I mean, that's a lot of it is Sherlock's fault because he's always got John at his beck and call. But if John really wanted to make those relationships work, he would have.
Yep.
He could have ignored Sherlock. He could have left living in the apartment. But the thing is, he didn't want to. He wanted that bombastic life with Sherlock, but he also wanted a relationship. And he kind of comes to the realization that he can't really have both.
Yep. And I mean, yeah, it said opening up the can of worms that is Mary, that helps bring things together. A good point of contrast using the same characters is to look at the Robert Downey Jr. movies, because because in the BBC Sherlock series, we get to see John and Sherlock come together first as flatmates and then become partners in solving crimes and then become best friends. And you get to see that evolution. And the show comes to a conclusion when their friendship has been put to the greatest test. And you now realize these guys are Sherlock and Watson. These are Holmes and Watson right here. Sherlock and John, who are going to be through this thick and thin, no matter what the adventure is, they'll be able to go and solve it. The Robert Downey Jr. movies are interesting because they pick up at basically what's supposed to be the end of their partnership, where these guys have already been through all of these adventures together. And there is some great teaching to be had if you pay attention to their dialogue, with how we come to understand just how far they've been into their relationship and career together, because they will reference cases that we as the viewers have no idea what's going on. They just mention it and they're like, ah, yes, that crazy person. And they're like, you remember when we did this? Oh, please don't remind me. And so you laugh at it because the acting from Jude Law and Robert Downey Jr. is fantastic to match with the
delivery.
dialogue.
The delivery on their lines is absolutely perfect. The sarcastic banter, I love it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's so good. I now just want to watch that movie again.
I know, me too. I think they're coming out with a third movie at some point. I don't know. I've heard it talked about, and I didn't enjoy Game of Shadows as much as I did the first one.
Oh.
I mean, it's got some really good points. It's got a fantastic villain in Moriarty, but it just didn't hit me the same way the first movie did.
That first movie's magic.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Shay, do you ship them question, was that for Sherlock and Watson?
I guess so.
The BBC version or the Robert Downey Jr. version? Because they're different enough that there needs to be a distinction there.
Yeah, I think this was for Sherlock and Watson in the BBC version. I mean, I'll say this. Let's see here. I love Sherlock and Irene Adler, even in all variations, even though they are like the worst for each other. They complement each other so well.
I think for me, I don't ship them in either case, Sherlock and John. I know there's a lot of people that love to ship them together in the BBC show. But to me, it's always been a very brotherly kind of relationship. Just, how they annoy each other in that way, but they still love each other and they're willing to back each other up. I've always seen it as more of a brotherly, very like found family kind of connection. Irene was definitely fun. I really enjoyed her character and how she was able to throw Sherlock off as much as she did, but I don't really ship them either. I prefer Sherlock kind of just doing his own thing, because in the long run, I don't see anything lasting or anything being really healthy.
No,
especially with Irene, there's just so much there. He's kind of a manipulative bastard when he wants to be, and she definitely is. So that it definitely not healthy, definitely would not work.
Mhm.
In the Robert Downey Jr. version, kind of the same thing, but it's a lot more lighthearted. And I do ship Robert's Sherlock with that Irene, uh, just because what few interactions that we had with them, they were just incredibly fun, hilarious to watch, and the exasperation on on John's face when he learned that she's back in Sherlock's life in even the smallest capacity. It's just like that is the epitome of an eye roll.
Mhm. I I love his line. I love his line. I love his line where he's there. He's reading the newspaper, and he's just like, "It's like, so what does she want from you now? To shave your back and paddle you up the Thames?"
Because he knows that they are bad for each other, so bad, and he knows that she can just wrap Sherlock around her dainty little finger and get him to do whatever she wants. And he doesn't want that for his best buddy.
Mhm.
But going back to the shipping, I don't ship those two together either. Again, I see it as just a very brotherly relationship. Uh,
Yeah.
Shade. Okay, seriously, what is your favorite of Sherlock Holmes? Your top 10 books, movies, TV shows, video game, anything, and make a video about it. I want to hear more about it. Yeah, make more Sherlock content. It's been too long since we've had anything Sherlockian.
Yeah. I so when say I don't know if I know enough to as I am right now to make a full video on it. But one of the things that I would say in terms of like good Sherlock stories, aside from like there's some amazing adaptations of the Sherlock books in the BBC Sherlock, which I think is a great masterclass in taking the original source material and adapting it for a modern time while not giving away all of the great stuff that like people are like, oh, I've read this book, so I know what's going to happen. It's like, oh no, we've given you what you think you remember, and then we're going to do something different, and in a way that's still fulfilling. I felt like I felt like they did a really good job with that.
Oh yeah, for
Um,
sure.
there is, let's see here. They did do the Pips. I'm trying to remember which one it was that they adapted the Pips.
It was the end of the first season when the
Yes.
Pips were in like the phone, the pink
Hmm.
phone, and but in the original work, the Pips are actual like Pip seeds. Um,
Hmm.
but in the modern retelling, it's the tone, the beep 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 beep, telling Sherlock.
Hmm.
Uh, God, it's been so long since I even watched the show. I tend to rewatch the first and second season the most because those are my favorites. Um,
Hmm.
it just starts to get a little messy. I like Mary, but it starts to get a little messy at that point, and then I basically I watch up until the end of that TV movie that they made where it was all back in like uh the 1800s, because
Hmm.
it's fun seeing them in uh that setting. Um,
Yeah, that was the Invisible Army.
yes, the woman who died but was still killing, and uh, Sherlock had to figure it out. And I like how they tied it together. It was all in his head, and it's just his way of trying to figure out how Moriarty could have died but is still killing, or still doing what
Hmm.
he's doing. I thought that was really clever. And then yeah, it got weird.
Yeah,
Um,
it got weird from there, unfortunately.
yeah, it got pretty weird. But yeah, it's just you can do so much with the Sherlock stories. And I mean, we've had so many movies of them, different actors. Some are the same plot and whatever, and you might know what's going on. But what I do like about uh, especially the Robert Downey Jr. Movies as well as the BBC series is that they subvert your expectations just enough that even though you might know the end, you're still surprised by it, especially
Mhm.
on a first watch. And it's still enjoyable on following watches.
Yeah, that's definitely the magic of the first movie. I love how Sherlock, like even though by the time like after watching this like 5 6 times, I know about the drug that's meant to induce a death like kind of sleep. The slab of stone that's been put together with a mixture of honey, so that way it will dissolve in rain and then collapse inward, and stuff like that. Like those are some really cool things, and I love how Sherlock. I love watching how he deduces it.
Yes.
It's so much fun to see that again and again, and it just goes to show that that even with all the action and the sarcastic banter, that they still kept true to Sherlock being a detective who observes the things that people normally wouldn't, because he looks at the stone and everyone's like, oh my gosh, how did he shatter the stone? And he smells and then proceeds to lick a stone. And he's
Yeah.
like, what on earth is he doing? It's like, oh, he was paying attention. There was a weird smell, therefore he went to see if there was a weird taste. Lo and behold, he tasted honey.
Yeah. I think that's maybe why I don't enjoy the second movie as much as the first or even the BBC show, because in the show and in the first movie, we see a lot of the evidence that Sherlock collects and puts together. Whereas in the second movie, you don't see a whole lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
You get a brief glimpse at the beginning, but there's so much else going on that it's kind of overshadowed, and it leans more into the action and the bombastic and the other issues going on around them. And I think that's probably why I don't enjoy it as much, because it's like I watch Sherlock to see how he puts things together instead of being told he did, and this is the result of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. and I'll be honest, like if for anyone who's like, ooh, like I would want to try to write something like that, that's difficult. That it is
Super
difficult to
difficult.
write. It's difficult to write a murder mystery where it's those little details without making it super apparent that like that's what's essential. That's what you need. And then oh la di da, this gives away the culprit. When I was writing A Study in Blood, I'll just say this: I had to put a lot of red herrings into that book in order to make it work, which was fun to do. And hey, I got to look up creative ways to murder people. So I might be on the FBI watch list.
Oh, aren't
But
we all
yeah,
writers?
aren't we? We all are. We are so in trouble. But yeah, it was difficult because there were certain little details that I needed to try to hide in such a way that I'm like, okay, then if you're paying attention, you might be able to pick up on this, and this will help you realize that this is who it is. I feel like if you're paying attention, you should probably know by halfway through the book who the murderer is. And my hope is that even if you do figure it out, that you feel vindicated when you get to the end, and that you enjoy how that comes about. It's difficult. I will need to do more research if I ever again try another murder mystery.
Yeah, that's not my strength either. I tend to give away too much too fast, and foreshadowing, at least to me, it always seems like way too obvious, and it's just like, I'm gonna stick with fantasy.
Mm. Well, Kitty, it has been fantastic. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get a little tired.
Yeah, I think I have a cramp in my leg, but my foot went numb like an hour ago, so
Oh no.
I'm just kind of ignoring it.
Yeah, well, we should wrap this on up.
Yeah, it's been 5 hours.
It's been 5
Yeah.
hours.
And
Oh my
I blame
gosh.
our tendency to go on tangents on most of this. We probably could have wrapped it up in about 3 hours, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
we knew
gosh.
we'd be getting off topic. We called it from the get-go.
Yep. And oh boy, yeah, that first hour of waffling around, that was fun. But here we are 5 hours later. So to wrap this all up, even though this turned largely into a Rings of Power bashing session, I am going to come back to what I said, and I know this is a long time ago, this is hours now ago. Hollywood and many authors are unfortunately scared of actually writing women. And there's a video that I made by now about a year ago, which I think would be fun for anyone who hasn't yet seen it to go and check it out. It would be a fun topic to come back to and do another video on it, maybe some follow-up video. But that when it comes to writing women, here's the thing. Don't think of it, don't immediately think of how do I write a woman? Instead, think about how do I write a good character? And that is its own interesting adventure. There is no one formula that's going to give you all the answers. It's a journey. However, please remember that people, and therefore your characters, should also be full of various details, of strengths, of weaknesses, of hobbies, of likes, of dislikes, of relationships, motivations, dreams, all of these different things, how they dress, how they look. So much goes into making a great character. And if you're willing to focus on that, you will find it I won't say you won't find it very easy, but you'll find it much more enjoyable and more accessible to write a fantastic female character. And I think that if we saw that more in fiction and in movies, we would stop having these conversations about overpowered women, strong, bland woman, woman that's just written to fill in an archetype. But rather, we would be praising all of these amazing, in-depth female characters that lift the story, that feel relatable to the audience, not because they were written to be the everything person, but rather that the audience is like, oh my gosh, this person dislikes this one thing. And maybe I dislike it too, or I can at least empathize with that. Oh, this character really likes this? Yeah, sure, it's not a huge detail, but I like that thing too. Well, that's cool. And the more that they get to know these characters, even in the small details, the more alive they become, the more relatable that they become. And so don't feel afraid to write female characters. Rather, instead, focus on how you write a good character. And we have plenty of videos about that here on our channel that you can go check out. You can go look at the 4D character build that Nathan did a month ago with Zaza, and that was fun. That's really insightful. Definitely go check it out. Or you can check out the video on strong women versus strong women.
Strong.
Strong women. Yeah, that's a video that I did about a year ago saying, hey, look, when it comes to strength, there's all kinds of very strong women. Here's different variations. And so like Mrs. Brisby from The Secret of Nim is a strong character. She is not physically imposing. She's a mouse, for crying out loud. But man, that little mousie has just an absolute heart of gold that carries the story. You've got the Apothecary Diaries season 2 is coming out here next month. You've got Mau Mau, who is such a fantastic character. Her strength is in her intelligence. And it's great seeing a highly intelligent, neurodivergent girl who is just the cutest, funniest, quirky thing ever, who has no social skills, solving mysteries. She's basically like the Chinese Sherlock Holmes, but in medieval times. It's really fun.
That does sound fun.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. So yeah. There's resources to check all of that out. So please go do. Kitty, do you have any final parting words or lessons that you'd like to give?
Mainly just, when you write, have fun. The little nuances can come later. Writing is just something that should be enjoyed, not treated like it's a job or uh, something that you have to do. The main thing about writing is having fun. You want your readers to have fun, but you also want to have fun creating it. And you just want to, I don't know, just create a world that everyone can enjoy in one way or another. It could be a tragedy, it could be a romance, it could be a mystery, and the main selling point is just to enjoy it. You don't have to be great at it. You don't have to be bad at it. I mean, when I first started writing, I loved just writing for the sake of writing and then going back and finding all the mistakes I made. Um, it- just practice. The only way you can practice at keep getting better at writing is to keep writing. Don't get discouraged by the little things. Treat
Mhm.
every little setback as a learning experience. Just like a lot of other things. Practice makes perfect, you know? It's kind of a cheesy line, but it does work. Um, and yes, Mivik, or sorry, Shay, I do have a YouTube channel. I don't do the same stuff here as what Lars does. Um, Mostly I just have gameplays of my time at Sandrock going just now. I might expand a little further down the line. I love RPG horror stories, or at least listening to them. So maybe I'll get into that someday too. Who knows? Basically just starting out. But you're more than welcome to check it out. It's under my Kitty Mow's name. I believe Lars put it in the description.
Yep.
So if you want to hear me babbling a little bit more while playing video games, then I'll, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, it's fun. I've enjoyed having Kitty's videos, her playthroughs go through. There's a lot of cute stuff. Some fun commentary on the dialogue, and also on certain events within the game. Definitely worth checking out.
I always have to laugh at some of your comments that you put up though, because I'm just like, oh, if only you knew.
If only I knew. Yep.
I'm already expecting some shocked reactions further down the line.
No, I'm excited. I'm not spoiling myself. I'm willing to enjoy my time at Sandrock, one installment at a time.
Yes. I know I have told you a couple of things further down the line, but I don't think I ever went like so in depth that it would ruin anything for you. It's more just like a general kind of thing.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I'm looking forward to some reactions in the future.
Oh, you'll have them.
And I'm trying, even when I'm playing, even when I'm talking to you about it, I'm always like consciously aware that, oh, I shouldn't say anything about this thing. I will tell you though that Captain, the cat that
Hmm.
was brought up in the last comment, yeah, you're gonna like that cat. You're gonna want that cat, but unfortunately, you can't adopt Captain. It's one of the only
Oh,
animals in town that you can't adopt.
darn.
Yeah, I know. I wish you could. I When I first played, I wanted to adopt him, but he's a free kitty and probably the best officer in the Civil Corps,
Hmm.
aside from yourself. You know, I mean, you become an honorary member. You're not actually like uh, a Civil Corps member yourself. You help out a lot that they're just like, well, you might as well just be called a Civil Corps member now.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Oh, I'm looking forward to meeting Captain.
Oh,
All the
you have.
kitties.
He's the
Wait,
tuxedo kitty.
wait, what? I
Yeah.
missed. I missed that.
He's the one who's kind of got the cranky meow. Meow.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
I
I,
gotta,
I
gotta go back
I've
and find
I've
him.
said hi to him in town a couple of times. He's usually sitting by the tailor shop. He'll become more distinctive later when we get him some gear.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I gotta go back. I gotta go back so I can experience this. I totally, I'm totally blanking on him. Maybe it's because
Oh,
the gecko is just so cute.
yes, I do highlight the gecko quite a bit. I still wish I could change his name to like Gex or Gecky or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly don't know how to change his name. So I've tried. I've looked through it. I'm like, whatever. He's a gecko.
Gecko you shall be.
Yes. But yeah, probably on the next episode I put up, I'll try and make a point to find Captain and go say hi to him.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Say, I see that I'm Omega is probably going to give you some recommendations right here. So, yep, right there, of course, No Evil Judgment, a prequel comic, Kamen Rider Gov, and Saint Seiya, if you can find it, are recommendations. I have begun No Evil, which is an interesting YouTube series. So you don't have to go very far to look that up, Kitty. You just got to put in No Evil cartoon on YouTube, and it should pop up. It's the Flash animation one.
Okay. Yeah, I really enjoyed Murder Drones, and I definitely want to get to Amazing Digital Circus at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But I like having a list of things that I can, when I feel like I got nothing to watch or to do, I'll just look at the list and be like, yeah, let's try this one.
So I'll say this, like the Amazing Digital Circus, like I would love to see you already dive on in, but maybe like holding off till episode 5 if you're really busy with other stuff might be wise, because I can imagine how frustrating episode 4 would be for anyone who just right now dives in.
Yeah, and I tend to binge, so that would go by pretty fast.
Yeah, it's going to be 9 episodes when it's all done. And we'll see. I do not expect that the series will conclude next year, because it seems as though they're going, let's see here. Oh, it could though. It could, because at this rate, they're releasing a new episode almost every 2 months. So unless the Gaslight District completely throws them off, they might conclude the Amazing Digital Circus by the end of next year. That's kind of a sad thought.
Well, maybe I'll just wait till next year.
Oh, wait. Hold on a sec right here. I am going to show you. I am going to show you one bit, because this is absolutely hilarious. And I know you have no context for it, but it's just it's fun. It's funny, and it's funny, absolutely funny in its own right. So I gotta quickly pull this on up and bring this down so that way it doesn't completely burst your eardrums.
That is appreciated.
All right, let's see here.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
Well, that one.
Don't forget the song.
Okay, I'm right about it. It's like I'm jumping around. Jumping around here on StreamYard is a pain because it doesn't give you the timestamp.
Oh,
Kane's
So
not
you gotta-
anything malicious. It's not.
Hello.
Hello, Shayla.
Okay, here we are. Yeah, here we are. I know you have absolutely no context to this whatsoever, and I'm not even going to play the whole scene. But you just got to watch this jester go googly eye for an Aussie crocodile.
already.
Hello.
Hello, Sheila. I'll have a sausage bacon jaffle combo. And the mate here just wants 6 hash browns split between them.
Yeah, okay. Hi.
You right, miss?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'll call your order when your name's ready, or what, yeah.
That is adorable. And you know what? I've done that when I'm flustered. It's never fun.
Yep,
I'll call your order when your name's ready. I mean, what?
Yep.
I go in circles to find my, or go in smokes to find my circles. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna. Yep. Okay. Bye.
I think if I ever find myself in this particular situation, I end up doing a real foot and mouth moment, and I'm like, bye.
I end up doing the little I just like gotta like do the whole brain rewire thing. When I try to read something aloud, I tend to like read faster than my mouth can keep up. So I'll end up like saying things out of order, or I'll say words wrong, and I'll just go okay, let's try that again.
Yes.
I do that quite often in my gameplays, actually. I try to read something and I'm like, this is not working. I cannot speak today.
And unfortunately, it happens to me way too many times while reading people's comments here in the chat, and I do apologize to everyone. Sometimes the stutter comes out real hard. Yeah.
It happens. Yeah.
Now
I just like to think of it as the brain moving too fast for the mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Actually, and that's clinically speaking, that's usually the issue behind any stutter, is that the brain has already gone real far ahead. Your mouth is trying to keep up, but it can't. And so you just get tongue-tied, or things become gobbledygook, or you start repeating a word again and again and again.
Yeah. And then as soon as you realize it, you get lost in where you're actually reading something. And when you try to correct it, it's just like, where was I? Because I was all the way down here, but now I got to go back up here.
I think this is the third time in a stream in a row where you've hopped in at the very end again. I'm so sorry there, buddy. But yeah, so now you've got an out of context scene to look forward to at the end of next year, probably.
I'm excited. Yeah, I'd wait for it to be done before I do my binge, because I'm not the type of person who waits like for weekly episodes. Whenever Supernatural was coming out, I'm like, I really, 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 really want to watch it, but I'm just gonna start it all the way from the beginning again. Wait till the season is done, and then just binge the crap out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got a couple of shows I need to do that for, but for a couple, I'm like, I will watch this every episode every week. And yeah, I actually think that doing that is more time consuming sometimes than doing a binge watch, because for a binge watch, you're like, I can make the time. But when you're watching things on the regular every single week, weirdly enough, it does eat up more time than you expect.
I can see that, yeah.
Come on, guys, let's give the stream one more hour for him. No, we are ending here.
We've already gone on enough tangents, and
yeah,
I don't know which topic we'd be able to bring up next that we could go off on another one, but I'm sure we would find one if given the chance.
So real quick, Hannah, do you have time for reviewing my script, or do I have to wait for next year? Hannah, I am going to. So thank you for bringing that up. One of my goals for next year, because I've definitely been dropping the ball, unfortunately, on the Discord scene. I intend to make more time to read through people's scripts and stories and give you meaningful feedback. That is one of my goals for next year. So I will be getting to your stuff. If I need you to post it again, so that way I can more easily find it and have a conversation with you, I will do that. Trust me, I have not forgotten you guys. I just kind of fell apart in many ways towards the end of the year. So I do apologize for that, but I have not forgotten, and it's absolutely my intent to read stories. And in fact, that's actually something that I've been in talks with a few other people, Hannah, to read their stories. And also in the new year, I don't know yet when, but there are a couple of people who we've talked about doing live streams with them as well to discuss their stories. I don't think that you're quite yet at that point where you want to do that, Hannah, but in order for me to do that and also help you out, I will be setting aside more time next year to read through people's scripts and their drafts and giving them critical feedback. So that way you have that service. So don't worry, I am going to get to it. I have not forgotten, but thank you for bringing it up. Thank you, Shade. Yep, take your time. Health and happiness are most important. I definitely don't want to burn out again, but it is something very real. I'll try to do my best in the new year. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for being here. And thank you so much, Kitty, for being here for a nearly 5.5 hour live stream. And you were also here a little bit earlier than that because we had stuff we were discussing backstage before we hopped in with my English teacher's murder story.
It was a fun time. I don't care. It was 5.5 or more hours. It's the weekend. No, I had a great time reading everybody's comments and just chatting about writing and all that stuff. I'd definitely do it again.
Awesome. So we'd love to have you back. And Fabio, yeah, if you want to send scripts to us or anything, the best way to do that is through Discord. And again, if you want to be a part of our Discord, you just need to reach out in the comments, not in the chat, but in the comments to any of our videos. Let us know that you want to be on Discord. We will have a quick little conversation, and then you'll get a one-time link to get onto Discord. And if that's what you want to do, awesome. And then you can share your script with us there. So, and that goes for everyone. Anyone who's not yet on our Discord, if you want to be part of that, just make sure you go into the comments, and we will have a quick interview and a chat. That's to help us weed out the trolls. We had one troll try to come in earlier this week to invade our Discord, and thanks to the interview process, was able to figure out, yep, nope, this person isn't a match, and didn't have to worry about it. So that's why we do it.
Yeah, unlike dragons, trolls are not hot.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so glad Scott is not here for this. Because I get bombarded right now with stuff about one of my characters.
I'm going to be asking you about that later.
Oh yes, and I will have to see if I can find the meme that inspired this character. Oh boy!
All I'm hearing is facts. Yes. It was just a question that Fate had not too long ago. It's like, why are dragons so hot? I think it's self-explanatory. You've got your own heater. You've got someone who can fly you to work. Usually they've got a really booming, big voice, scares off everybody else, and all they want to do is hoard up with money. So you got yourself a built-in sugar daddy. I don't see where the problem is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes. Yes. Yeah. No downsides to this year.
Nope. Everybody wants their own dragon, big or small, because everybody would love that little teeny tiny dragon, but everybody wants that big one too. Because I mean, you can't fly a tiny dragon to work.
No, but I would fly with a tiny dragon.
Yes, me too. I would just have all the dragons.
All the dragons, please. Oh, I gotta find some of those old memes of dragon hordes, which absolutely helped to inspire the dragon mechanic for Tumble Teller, which actually Tumble Teller didn't go really deep into hordes.
Not really, just that they were a
No.
source of their magic, and like resting on them is how like you replenish your magic stores and all that.
Yeah, the only weird horde that you would have gotten was for Dry Bones, because he hoards corpses.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's he's not the only dragon with a weird horde. There's a ton of different dragons that have unique hordes to themselves, and that's something I'm really looking forward to elaborating on. One of the dragons whose hordes is my personal favorite is a dragon who hoards gossip.
Oh.
Yeah, and she has a brilliant mechanic for getting gossip, because it's gossip. How on earth do you hoard gossip? And so she is an interesting dragon, and I look forward to introducing her in the future.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
All right, but now for real this time. For real.
Yes. Oh my god, this is like our usual chats. We say goodbye like 10
This
times
is-
before we
yeah.
actually do.
All right, so we're going to end this right here. If dragons existed, How to Train Your Dragon would be a documentary. We will leave off on that note because ISO is absolutely correct. We will talk more about How to Train Your Dragon as more details about that come on out.
Oh,
my
yes.
gosh.
And Mebik, I watched Dragon Tales 2 well after I was probably too young to watch it. Like I watched it when I was a teenager. It was an
Mhm.
awesome show. So much fun.
It was. Now, I watched as a teenager too. My little sisters watched it, and no shame in my game right there. There were some really good episodes. So,
Yeah, we need more cartoons like that for kids.
yes. Amen. So, that being said, everyone, good night, good morning, good day, wherever you are at. And until the next video, y'all, choose.
Bye.